Good morning. There we go. Another round of applause for our SG, who's a hard-working leader. Just listening to some of the things that he was saying always reminds us that we have opportunities to identify the gaps domestically, regionally, as well as globally, and then to identify the areas in which we need to double down, the things that we do absolutely well. We have an opportunity here for the rest of the week and even afterwards when we leave and we go back to our spaces and our communities to figure out how we shall strengthen locally, galvanize regionally, and position globally. Thank you so very much, SG. It is now my privilege to introduce our keynote speaker for this morning, Mr. Ed Wattal, principal and founder of Intelibus, who will share his vision and expertise to guide our discussions today. Please make him welcome.
Very good morning to all of you. I hope everybody had a good night's sleep as much as I did. I had to. Thank you again to CTU, Secretary General Rodney Taylor, for this opportunity for staff. And thank you, of course, to the entire team that's worked really hard, not just from CTU, but all the other folks in the room. Thank you to all the ministers for making the trip from different places. Of course, Jamaica, it's easier. You can walk up here. But for everyone else who got on a flight and got here yesterday, had an opportunity to meet a lot of you yesterday. It was very encouraging to hear the mood and the environment in the room, especially as we head towards our AI future. And today, I'm very thankful and I feel very honored to have this opportunity to talk to all of you. I can't tell you enough how much you have saved me my time by coming to me, because otherwise I would be getting on a lot of flights to come and beg and plead with you. So thank you for coming here. And I mean it. And I would have otherwise made that trip anyway. And I would still make that trip to convince you, every last one of you, on what I believe truly to be true, and that's the reason I'm here. And that's the reason we chose to collaborate with CTU and become a headline sponsor. You'd be wondering who the hell is WDG and what are they doing here? And who am I? And I won't talk much about myself, but I really want to talk about what WDG, World Digital Governance, is about. You must be wondering, it's kind of the job of the UN, if some of you know what our agenda is. And we collaborate very closely with the United Nations bodies. Well, what is it really about? What are we trying to do? Of course, it is digital. And the word digital is a broad term. We all understand digital to be AI in today's world. We also understand digital to be data, but also digital encompasses digital assets, virtual assets, tokenization, NFTs. So digital is an umbrella word. And our intention here today to be at CTU and participate in our theme, which is really about connecting our future, is really bringing all of Caribbean together and connecting the Caribbean future first. Of course, as Secretary General Taylor just mentioned, collaboration with the ITU and connecting our international future. And that's why world digital governance, not just Caribbean digital governance. And that's our ambition. Eventually, we want to bring the entire world together, because we're headed very fast down a very slippery slope with AI. And I'm sure there's a lot of fear that you've heard from people, and some of us do believe that AI will take some jobs away. Countries that have BPO sectors have those concerns. But really, I want to talk about a few things, and I've been given 20 minutes, so bear with me on what we're going to talk about. The first and foremost thing, which I think we all deeply care about, is jobs. Because if we don't have jobs, we don't have taxes. We don't have taxes, we can't build the roads, and economies will perish. So the most important topic really is jobs. But there is a bigger topic, there's a more pertinent topic that I'll start with first before I talk about jobs. And that is sovereignty. And bringing these two together in a world of AI, what does it really mean? And how will we actually win this AI race? I'm sure we all see that the bigger nations, the larger nations, and I call it the global north versus the south, I'm sure we've heard this term before. The global north really has kind of won the race. How many of us, I'd just like to see a show of hands, how many of us believe the global north has already won the race on AI? I'm glad nobody's raising the hand, because I still believe that there's a great opportunity, and it's very encouraging to see nobody raise the hand, because if we all raise the hand, I realize I have a lot more work to do. So clearly, the race some would argue has been won. But I think let's talk about what the opportunity is and how we can win and what does it really mean for AI future, and then what do we as ministers, regulators, the Caribbean people and the citizens of the world can do to bring that shift. So the first topic that I really want to encourage us to think about is digital sovereignty. Now, another show of hands, how many of us have heard the term digital sovereignty before coming to this room? And if you haven't, feel free to raise your hand. Okay, great. So I think we all understand the idea of digital sovereignty. It is really about owning your digital self. How many of us have heard the term digital you before coming into this room? Digital you. Okay, all right, so I will elaborate. Digital sovereignty is a little bit of an abstract term, and as Richard Feynman, a great physicist, would say, if you understand something, you can explain it to your 9-year-old. So you go home, you are talking to your 9-year-old, and you're trying to explain to them digital sovereignty. Where might you even begin? They'd be kind of confused, like, I don't know, this is something you do at work. Don't bother me. That's what you'll hear from your 9-year-old. But if you wanted to explain this to them, and you said, do you understand the concept of digital you? It may be easier to understand. We all understand the physical you, right? We live in our bodies, right? As Warren Buffett would say, it's the only car you're ever going to get in your lifetime. Take care of it. So the digital you is similarly a part of you, just like the physical you. It's all your data, every Facebook post you made, every WhatsApp message you send, every stuff you put online. It's all your data. It's all your information, all your ID cards, all your identity. But it is also all your agentic AI, all your agents. How many of us have used ChatGPT in the room? Almost all of us, yeah, or Gemini or some tool. And when you use these tools, now that data that you are simply putting in Facebook, putting online, you're putting into these agents. Now that agent is learning who you are, learning to behave like you. It's becoming you. And the question here is, who owns that? For the data, a lot of people say, I don't care. The data is in Facebook or on WhatsApp. Who cares? Fine, let somebody have it. But what is the risk or consequence of not owning your agent? Any guesses? Anybody in the room? What is the risk? How many of us know that corporations in America and other large nations are working very aggressively to build agents that will do jobs and replace humans? And hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe billions of venture capital is being put behind it. So if an agent can be created, you go to your workplace, you give all your knowledge, all your brain to an agent can be created, and the agent can start doing your job from tomorrow. So maybe you're not required. And that's the risk of the digital sovereignty, as in not owning the digital you. It's a significant risk, and especially for nations. For example, Manila, 800 people in a call center were just let go overnight because somebody built an agent, and now the airline didn't need these people anymore. So risks are there, pertinent risk. And my aim here is not to scare you into this risk, but to encourage you to think about how you're going to contend with this, because this is reality and it's coming. And how are we going to win in this race, so to speak? And what is this race really? And where is the opportunity to win? But understanding the risk is critical. Understanding the need for digital sovereignty is critical. So what is the race? And we all are, now here in Jamaica, we all know, this is the country where we are the fastest man on earth, Usain Bolt. So Jamaica knows how to win a race. Let's just say that. But I think the entire Caribbean, by that token, knows how to win the race, because at the end of the day, Usain Bolt is Caribbean, and there are other people across the Caribbean who know how to win races in different fields, in different industries. And I'll humor you to think about the races of AI. How many of us have heard what are the races in AI before coming in here? I'm not talking about gender and class. What are the races of AI? There are 3 races in AI that are happening right now. Race number 1, the hardware race. Can anyone tell me who's winning the hardware race? I'm sure we all read news and media. Who's winning the hardware race right now? I think we've all heard the name NVIDIA, multi-trillion-dollar valuation company. So the hardware race, the winner, and not to say that they'll stay first in the race forever, because it's a perpetual race. There's no end point you're running. So NVIDIA is the leader in that race right now. The hardware race, and you could argue by that token, a lot of other people may not even want to fight or win in that race anymore because someone else is way far ahead. You're like miles behind. Maybe that race can be won, maybe not. So the hardware race is kind of lost, somewhat. Yes, with maybe $100 billion or $500 billion of capital, which in an economy, its entire GDP is 30, 40, 50 billion, it's kind of hard to contemplate. Nobody's giving you that debt or equity. So that race is a hard one to win. It's just reality. And I'm not a realist, I'm actually an idealist in some sense. But it's a hard one. What's the other race? Software. Because around all that hardware, you're going to need software. So who's winning the software race right now? Any guesses? And I know Huawei is here in the room, so I'm not talking about China. I'm talking about the US and more globally. So of course, we'd say, hey, Huawei is running the race in China. But who's winning the race more globally in the software world? Like, where are the models, right? And I'm not talking about DeepSeek in China, but more broadly, what are the common models? The GPT, the Geminis, Claude, etc. So all of these software firms, again, are largely US, maybe some in Europe, Mistral. So the global north is winning that software race. So you'd say, okay, then what's the point? We already lost the AI race. Why bother? Let's not even bother. Then let's go about and just figure out what we're going to do. We'll go back to farming or something, because people are going to need food. Why bother with AI in all the other countries, especially the global south? Because we don't have the money, we can't build the software, we can't build the hardware. But herein comes the opportunity. And as Charlie Munger, the great man who worked with Warren Buffett, once said, every problem, you can look at it as a problem and get stressed and go to the hospital, or you can look at it as an opportunity. And it's called problem inversion. So if you invert this problem, you see what's the other side of this coin. So on the one side of this coin is hardware and software. You flip the coin over. Any guesses what's on the other side of this coin? Any guesses? Okay, I'll let the cat out of that bag. On the other side of the coin is services, AI services. We all know, to give is good, an act of service. You go to the church, it teaches you the act of service of giving. But what is services in the world? We all know software services, BPO services, AI services. And you'd say, okay, so AI services, so what? Like BPO, it won't make a lot of money for us. But let me break it to you. For every $1 of hardware and software, no matter what manufacturer makes it, and Huawei here can tell me if I'm wrong, for every $1 of hardware and software that is made, 100 to 1,000, maybe even $10,000 of services get sold in the world. So we're sitting on a gold mine of an opportunity. And you know who's going to win that race? The global south. And I'm making a bet that the epicenter of that global south, that future, lies right here in Jamaica and the Caribbean. Why? Because unlike South Korea and Japan, which could also win that race, or Manila, they're just too far away physically. And I've validated this. This is real today. And what do I mean by this is real? I had this hypothesis 6 months ago that this is possible. So I went to all our customers. Intelibus, I also represent Intelibus, not just the World Digital Governance Organization. That's a not-for-profit effort. Intelibus is a for-profit company. I founded it. I was a lone founder. We have grown. We've been very successful in the last decade. We have grown 150x. Now in the next year, we're looking to grow again another 10x. We're one of the fastest growing software firms in the US. And the point here is that race can be won, and I have validated it with organizations in Wall Street, right from large financial institutions and private equity firms. And in all my meetings, I have made this hypothesis to them. And I said, would you fund this? Would you support this? Including large development banks, like the CAF, which here, you're going to see Oscar Aravale coming here later, talking to some of the ministers, as well as the World Bank. So in all my conversations, I have been encouraged greatly that yes, everybody wants to support this. Not just because it's for the greater good of society, but they want to support this because they think that this will actually work. Because at the end of the day, it's investor money that they're putting behind. So the question is, what will convince? And it's not going to be cheap and easy just because we want to win this race. It's still going to need money. It's not going to need the $500 billion Stargate project in America, but it's going to need still $500 million to win this race. And yes, collectively, as one nation, 30 billion, 40 billion, 50 billion, whatever your GDP is, you can't get that money. But if you collaborate together, you come up with one voice. And I am working very closely with the development banks. I'm happy to bring every single one in the room, right from their top leadership. We can get that money. And with that money, we can truly win this AI services race. And in the absence of that, we'd be kidding ourselves that we can even play in this race, let alone win it. Why? Because I have been experimenting as a pilot to prove myself right or wrong. I'm an experimenter, I'm an engineer. And I've been doing this here in the Caribbean for about 4 months. Chris Record, here is the chairman of the AI task force, will probably tell you some more if you want to ask him on what the journey has been like. But let me break it a little bit of that journey to you. When I came here back in January of this year, I was here speaking at the Jamaica Stock Exchange conference. I knew little about Jamaica other than Bob Marley and Usain Bolt. But when I came here, I saw a pastor, so I saw some spirit on the stage. And I'm a believer, I'm still religious. So I liked that. Then the next thing I saw, a lot of people, a lot of young people, very excited. There was a little lady here, Anvi, who works with us, just walked up to me, very excited. So I saw an energy, I saw excitement. So I felt like, okay, there is something here that I can work with. I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a business guy. So I like to find spirit. Because at the end of the day, you need a team to win. So the biggest question in my mind was, can Jamaica help me build a team to win? And I have been going around the world, from Cyprus to Poland to Romania, all these places, trying to find a place where I have the spirit, a team that I can build. And I can tell you, I have been extremely successful here in the last few months. Encouraged enough to make a significant investment commitment to Jamaica for the next decade. Earlier this year, I made a commitment, and so far, I'm on the path that we will be adding 1 billion Jamaican dollars every year to the Jamaican economy, starting the end of this year. And that will go up to 10 billion in the next decade. And I'm extremely committed to doing that, and I've made that public commitment. And I'm not the only person who can do this. There are multiple Caribbean economies, and I have a lot of other people in high places who'd be very interested to come and look at the success story and build upon it, and collaborate with you, partner with you, bring the dollars, bring the investments, and create the jobs that the economies need. AI services jobs. And then you may wonder, are these jobs real, etc., but I think that's a longer conversation beyond the keynote. I'm here for a while. So feel free to grab me, test my hypothesis, because I'm testing my own hypothesis. But I'm very encouraged, because I have been able to find 50 of the smartest people who are working here. And I have my clients telling me that some of the greatest American people that I had hired in America, and I'm American, don't get me wrong. I'm deeply American at heart. I was born in India, though. But customers, when the customers come and tell you, look at David Thomas, and I'm just going to call him out because literally that's what I heard from the customer, and how he has grown in 3 months. Ed, find me more of those people. It gives me goosebumps. It's giving me goosebumps right now. And I believe those people exist here. And so we have launched another initiative called crackthecode.org. It is an initiative that goes deep in the grassroots of Jamaica. I have a 350 people volunteer team, and thanks to Jamaicans for volunteering to do this. I really appreciate it. Otherwise, it would be economically unviable to do this until World Bank or somebody funds it. 350 people going parish to parish, hosting events every day, finding raw talent, raw energy that can transform, and people who want to do this. And let me give you 2 examples of what I found. Mandeville. We all heard of Mandeville. Anyone from Jamaica? I'm sure we all know what Mandeville is. A little kid called Aiden, 12 years old, comes to this competition and wins amongst all other smart engineers who are there to compete. Clarendon, a nurse who has never programmed in her life before, wins. And the number 2 guy is a cybersecurity expert. I mean, no offense to any cybersecurity experts. So AI is a great leveler. It can take someone who knew nothing about coding. They just had that sharps, the street smarts, that raw energy, and they can kick ass. Excuse my French now. But that's the opportunity. And I believe that's right here. I believe, as they say, and I think our lady tried to say that, I'm going to use my broken Jamaican, we lick but we talawa. And that's the opportunity. And goes not just for Jamaicans, all of Caribbean. Yes, we are little. Exclude the greater Caribbean. I mean, of course, we want to include everybody, but we are just maybe 7 million people without Cuba and Dom Rep and Haiti. Of course, together, we are 44 million people, bigger than Canada. Just right here on the islands. And Canada's GDP is 2.1 trillion, 2.9 trillion, somewhere in that ballpark. And we have the same number of people, We're just as far in terms of geographical distance. And guess what? People in Canada tell me, hey, Ed, I'll come here in the winters. So nobody wants to be in the cold anyway. So we've got the best weather. There is no reason to think beyond tourism, not think beyond tourism. And that's the opportunity. So with that, I'd like to leave a few thoughts behind with you. Without the emphasis on the digital you, the digital sovereignty, these AI services jobs won't come. Because if we let our people use OpenAI and GPT, and I'm in favor of all these tools, I'm not saying don't use them. All the brain power, all the knowledge will keep going there. So yesterday I was having a conversation with some of the ministers, and I was encouraging them to collaborate with me to set up physical data centers here, which will run inferencing chips. Yes, of course, it will reduce some of the telecom bandwidth needs, and I understand this is a CTU forum. But globally, we will still win. Telecom companies can participate in those data centers and infrastructure projects. So we can all still win. And that way, we protect our national sovereignty, we protect our digital sovereignty, and we create jobs right here. Now you may wonder, okay, 50 jobs, how does it matter? But I gave you some numbers, 1 billion Jamaican dollars. That 1 billion Jamaican dollars is just, how many jobs is that? Just 100 jobs. Just 100 jobs. And that 10 billion Jamaican dollars is just 1,000 jobs. And I believe if we all collaborate, if we all come together, 10,000 jobs, 50,000 jobs, 500,000 jobs, that's all possible, distinctly possible. But what will it take? Not just the ICT ministers, the education ministers, the finance ministers, everybody coming together. And I'm going to talk more about this because think of how you can help your finance minister. Through this process, we have built a quantitative model where you can measure human intelligence using AI, and it creates an index called the Human Intelligence Surplus. Now, this number your finance minister can use in every sovereign debt negotiation. So there are tools like that available if we are taking the WDG pathway, or either I should say when you're taking the WDG pathway. And I would encourage, therefore, all of us to seriously consider the resolution that will be put forth towards in front of you by the CTU. And that was one of my main ambitions, to have this conversation with you, because signing that resolution will help me convince all the development banks that Caribbean is one voice, and they're going to come together. And this will actually be a winnable race, because at the end of the day, everybody is answerable to investors for money and dollars. I have made my bet, and I'm confident at least I will not lose my part of the bet. But convincing others to bring you hundreds of millions of dollars and them winning their bets is a lot of operational variables. Lots can go wrong. But with your support as ministers, your unshakable belief that this is what needs to happen, that's what's the need of the hour. So I really, in the spirit of CTU ICT Week, it's really about our connected future. It's digital, but our connected future. So I can't be thankful enough. I think it's just divine intervention that was the theme picked by Secretary General Taylor. So I applaud him for his foresight and his intuition. So thank you again for giving me this opportunity to hear me out. I know I've taken a lot of your valuable time today. You're all busy, but I hope this will leave you with something to ponder about. I'll be here for the rest of the week. If you need me, feel free to grab me, ask me whatever questions you have, and let's test this hypothesis together. By no means take what I have told you for gospel. Challenge me, ask me hard questions. But I'm confident together we can bring not only 10 billion, I will bring 10 billion Jamaican dollars, but we can bring 100 billion Jamaican dollars with your collaboration. Thank you very much.
Let us hear it one more time for our keynote speaker, Sir Watal. Thank you so very much for the insight. Now, I realized I did not introduce myself. For those of you who do not know me, I am Terry Carell, and I am but a lowly host. And I like being in rooms like this because I am a consumer. I do not know what it is to work in the telecommunications and the ICT business. And so when he spoke about digital sovereignty, the very first thing I did as someone who is not familiar with the term is I Googled it, like that's what everybody does. A state's, organization's, or individual's capacity to control their own digital environment, encompassing data, infrastructure, technologies, decision-making, and the value chain process. And then I started thinking about the state, organization, individual, when I've heard words like ethics, governance, policy, inclusion, accessibility, when we speak about it generally. But then I remembered that Denmark, for those of you, anybody knows about Denmark and what Denmark is trying to do? So we look at Denmark that is trying to allow its citizens to copyright their images, their digital assets, to prevent them from being victims of deepfake. So we actually see an example where a country is trying to do that. Anybody heard about Vietnam? Anybody heard about Vietnam? Just yesterday on my timeline, it said that Vietnam erased 86 million bank accounts for citizens who were considered to be non-compliant because they didn't want to have digital IDs. I don't know if you guys heard from the UK's PM, who now said that anybody who needs to work in the UK has to have a mandatory digital ID. And then there's Albania. I'm sure we heard about Albania, appointing the first ever AI minister, Diela, to fight corruption. So naturally, as a lowly host, my questions were now, what about ethics? And when it comes to sovereignty, whose sovereignty is more important? If the state decides one thing, but I want to choose another, policy, governance, safety, security, but sovereignty, whose sovereignty is more important than whose? I was certainly challenged with that question, not sure if you are challenged with the same. Now we move on, after we had that particular keynote speaker, we're now moving on to a high-level panel discussion focused on artificial intelligence, data, and emergency technologies. And this session will examine responsible and ethical AI adoption in both public and private sectors. We're looking at open data, big data governance for evidence-based decision-making. This will be moderated by Dr. Craig Ramlal, Executive Director, AI Innovation Center, UA St. Augustine, and Chair of the CTU Caribbean AI Task Force. And the esteemed panelists will be Senator the Honorable Dominic Smith, Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, Government of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Ed Wattal, who was our keynote speaker, principal and founder of Intellibus, and this gentleman we know who is also a sommelier, if you don't know, knows everything about wines, Mr. Christopher Recker, Deputy Chairman, National Identification and Registration Authority, and Chairman of the National AI Task Force, Government of Jamaica, and Vice Chair, CTU Caribbean AI Task Force. Ladies and gentlemen, let us kindly welcome our panelists.
We are sitting in a particular order? Or
specific order.
Who else is coming? Who else is coming?
Seated anywhere? Minister.
Do you want the minister to sit here?
Yeah, I think so.
Everyone comfortable? Testing. Can you guys hear me? Yeah? Good, thank you. All right.
The volume needs to go up a little bit.
All right. So, thank you all for being here. I want to thank my panelists for coming today. We're going to have some hard questions for our panelists, discussing what AI, what data interoperability, what these things mean for our region. I think what I'll do is let me get a sense of the landscape. So I'll ask questions individually first, and then we'll have roundtable sets of questions. Yeah? So across the CARICOM, governments and industry are moving from AI and digital talk to AI and digital delivery. High-speed internet coverage in the region has expanded from 30% to 75%. This is fantastic news. Governments are hugely developing on digital public infrastructure. Regionally, there's the launch of the CTU Caribbean AI Task Force, as you would have heard, to develop harmonized AI policies. And we have private institutions getting more involved in responsible digital development and governance that we have heard from both this morning. We are, as a region, doing very remarkable work. However, we are not fully there yet. Experimentation is siloed. Sandboxes exist, but they are skewed to fintech. I'm sure everyone has heard about a fintech silo, but we haven't heard about anything else with health or education or so on, especially with AI and data. Work and skills are exposed. ILO and World Bank estimates 26 to 38% of lack jobs could see 2 to 5% automation risks. Data protection regimes are a bit patchy. Regional data interoperability and governance is trying, but not there yet. And cybersecurity risks are on the rise because of Gen AI. Globally, the United Nations has now instantiated their International Independent Scientific Panel on AI and the Global Dialogue on AI Governance. Now, whilst other regions such as the OECD, the African Union, the European Union, and ASEAN have common regional AI frameworks on regional AI governance, we as a region do not. So, for my first round of questions, I will now direct this to our real Minister of AI, not the Albanian AI Minister, Minister Smith, fellow countryman. Congratulations on your newly appointed role and the first AI titled role in our region. Trinidad and Tobago has very recently joined the 50 and 5. Can you give us some more information on what is planned for that? And of course, AI in the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and what do you plan to roll out and so on?
Yeah, great. So I think that was a very long introduction before the actual question. But let me start by saying that I'm deeply honored and privileged to be firstly in the room at CTU. The theme in itself, driving change, connecting futures. What a impactful couple words combined together. And if we were to break those words up, they speak to a lot of challenges that the Caribbean faces, and it speaks to a need for collaboration. And I think, given that we're all here in the same room, in the beautiful country of Jamaica and in Kingston, I think it's really incredible that we are having these conversations here today at the backdrop of the UNGA as well, the United Nations General Assembly. And I would tell you, while I was there, and I flew in 1.5 nights ago, all of the conversation surrounds everything that my good friend would have given us in his opening comments. And it really makes us think about the importance of us having a say in our digital future. When we speak about concepts such as what is sovereignty, what has been sovereignty for small island developing states in the past, all Caribbean leaders have noted, have given tones of potential colonization as a result of the digital transformation that's taken place and the evolution of AI, and what that means for the Caribbean, and what that means for individuals, what that means for data protection, what that means for ethical use of our digital infrastructure, and the priorities of governments, and as many of you here, stakeholders and equal partakers in this future that the theme speaks about. And for me, the question has to start with intergenerational and intragenerational equity. And that's a concept in sustainability where we act in a way that not only protects the current generation, the generation that we currently reside and exist in, but it also paves the way for future generations. And so the conversation here at CTU, ICT Week 2025 in Jamaica, really has to come from a position of we have a unique opportunity right now, today, to act with intention throughout this week as we discuss the various layers of the digital public infrastructure, as you mentioned, Doc, and what are the important pillars that we must consider as we form a pathway to success, not only for ourselves now, but what the world of work will look like in the next decade, and how can we not be passive in that work, but be active participants. So you started with a long-winded introduction, and I started with a long-winded introduction, right? But safe to say, there's a quote by Albert Einstein, and I'm sure when he initially conceptualized his thought, I'm not sure if he thought it might be relevant many years later. But the concept is technology must not exceed our humanity. And I think that's a very important item that we have to really think about, that technology is advancing so rapidly. And the way in which government implements technology, the way in which we implement legislation to support the technology, the way in which our telecom partners and all stakeholders, both private and public, interact, we must keep the human element at its genesis, as its real central theme. So what has Trinidad and Tobago been doing? Well, based on the conversations, maybe I'll be replaceable in the next 5 years, right? There will be no need for an AI minister, but there will be AI ministers generated by my friend here via the products and services that revolve around this entire process. So I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to be the first Minister of Artificial Intelligence, but not to separate that from the public administration portfolio, which is also important. Because that combination really speaks to public services, which are to the redound of the citizens, and how do we leverage technology, AI as an enabler, to then deliver good services and to the people that we represent. So Trinidad has taken the role of creating this unique ministry, not only in words, but in deeds. So the first pillar of that, as you rightly mentioned, they are data security and cybersecurity issues. There are risks with AI, but there's also massive potential. As you would have known, we just initiated the AI task force, right? And so that will look at the challenges faced and the potential risks of AI. The second piece, however, which is very important, and it's not in any order, what is our data infrastructure? So 50 and 5 is really about digital public infrastructure and the need for it in country-to-country interaction. Now, you've seen countries like Singapore, Estonia using X-Roads, India using the Aadhaar model. These are countries that are already ahead of the curve. And 50 and 5 positions Trinidad, Jamaica is also part of that group, to initiate one digital public infrastructure project in the next 5 years. So the minimum requirement is that we must be able to not only talk the talk, but achieve some visible progress. And I think that's important for us to have these conversations where, yes, we'll say all of the nice words, but we must also, from these conversations, create actual, meaningful work and execute that work in a way that really benefits the society at large. So why did I go to New York? Why did I join the 50 and 5 on behalf of the Republic of Trinidad? For that purpose, for us to build use cases, for us to, in the startup world, they talk about minimum viable product. So begin building our use cases in society across different ministries for deployment. What are we doing? Again, we're looking at, we spoke about data centers, right? So the infrastructure. If you look at the UNDP report, the theme of it was the recently prepared one, under pressure. That was the theme of the UNDP report. So that speaks to the fact that we have a great challenge ahead of us. 4.8% of data centers reside in the Caribbean and LATAM. And so when my friend speaks about the global north being the dominant players, we are already being left behind. Yeah. If 4.8%, that's our representation in the Caribbean and LATAM space. And so that is why CTU Week and CTU ICT Week becomes important. And that's why Trinidad has taken as we say in Trinidad, we take front before front take us. We have decided to really pioneer and be intentional in our approach to the way in which we tackle the transforming technology. I'll speak to two other things before, because I know us politicians, we have a lot to say. And it's very early in the morning, and I'm not sure who had coffee or green tea or now matcha is a big thing, right? So safe to say, I want to speak about the ethics in AI, which is an important concept. Recently, I brought to the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago and now approved a note on AI and its threats as it relates to fraud and also specifically to the vulnerable in society. So we've been seeing in the Caribbean space, obviously cybersecurity is a challenge, but the manipulation that we're speaking about, even in elections, where AI is being used to manipulate voice, images, videos, and then use these digital images of individuals. Craig, I might have seen something with you as well. So the point is that no one can escape the threats of AI and the potential risks. And so that cabinet note, which was approved by the cabinet, was to look at bodies to challenge and to remove issues related to deepfake. That's important. And the second component is developing interministerial committees, because as we tackle the technology piece, what you come to realize is that there must be consolidation across ICT. And anyone who is pioneering digital transformation from a ministerial perspective knows that the biggest challenge is not the technology. The biggest challenge is allowing persons to give up what they have autonomy over and to establish collaboration and say, hey, I am willing to give up my ICT unit to then provide as a whole a part of the broader ecosystem for government to have one focus where we consolidate ICT and then we deliver to specific units. And we will have to do that if I were to expand on a Caribbean level. That's what we need to do. And I think that is the real genesis of this interaction here. How do we remove silos? And we know what the digital pillars are. How do we remove those silos and consolidate and then distribute to the benefit of your citizens? So that's all I'll say for now. And thank you for the time. I'm really happy to be here this week.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. So now let's move over to Mr. Record. Mr. Record, you are doing a lot. You are the Deputy Chairman of the National Identification and Registration Authority. You are the Chairman of the Jamaica's National AI Task Force, and you're also the Vice Chair of the CTU Caribbean AI Task Force. I think you have this vision, you have this point where you sit that you can see from national all the way to regional on things related to digital and AI. And so what we want to get out of you is some sense of how can we as a region build our harmonized policies, our digital and AI harmonized policies, and what has worked in Jamaica. What do you think that we can learn from as things that can help us out in the region to, 1, Forex, look at AI that is developed for the people, and 3, knowing that we have scarce resources, how can we really implement something that, as the minister would say, we don't want to only talk the talk, we want to walk the walk. So please.
Greg, thank you very much for that. And Minister, thank you very much for laying out some good foundation. So Craig, and when I first met Minister, actually was in Trinidad at an event, and one of the things I actually said on that podium was one of the things I'm actually going to suggest now, is that in the region, because we're outside of that north that Ed mentioned and Ed spoke about, we have a little bit of latitude whereas experimentation is concerned, right? We can do some things that maybe certain regulatory agencies and organizations in the north might say, no, don't do, right? So, and this is not new, by the way. Many other industries, not just IT, other industries use this opportunity in the south to experiment on certain things. So what we can do in the region with respect to AI and digital transformation tools and technologies is actually experiment faster and iterate and come up with new ideas quicker and share amongst each other first before taking them to market. So when we were in Trinidad and sharing what we did in Jamaica around the National AI Task Force, the then minister at the time, Minister Dana Morris-Dixon, created the task force, and within a year, yes, we did have a little hurricane in the middle to kind of pause, put a little pause on us, but within a year, we actually achieved all the objectives of the task force, which is actually one of the few task forces that have actually finished this mandate within the allotted time. Yes, we may have gone over by about a month, but I use the hurricane as an excuse for that. So we ended up, we had academia, we had persons from government, and we had persons from private sector who's working in digital transformation and in AI on that task force. And in coming up with the various working groups, and one of the things we did upfront, Craig, is based upon the proposed working groups from the ministry, we sat and looked at it, and the entire team said, look, sorry, Minister, we're going to make some changes with those working groups. Those sound very nice academically and on paper, but here's what we experience on the ground. And we actually just shifted around the working groups. We merged 2 or 3 of them together, and then we hit the ground running. And each of those groups met regularly, and then each person came up with their own list of recommendations, their experiences on the ground, and where the problems and issues was, I think Ed mentioned in his presentation a while ago, talking about the BPO sector. And yes, we did have former founder and president of our BPO Association of Jamaica on our task force, bringing first-hand information and experiences within his industry. So that was Yanni Epstein. He runs one of the largest BPO organizations here in the Caribbean, and brought his experiences on the ground to show what they're doing and changing. And one of the key things that they're actually doing is using this term AI. We use the word A as artificial intelligence. For me, I use it as augmented intelligence. So they're using the AI tools and technologies to augment their team members in their BPO, and so making that agent now a super agent, and that's just one example. So pulling from that, we actually applied that to many different industries, and that's how we had put together the list of recommendations for the government. So regionally, I see one country maybe experimenting in a certain area, so whether it's agriculture, how do we use digital transformation and AI, and I'm putting in wider digital transformation overall, and not just focusing on AI tools and technologies only, because it's connected. It's all connected. And so we also would look to see what's going on with tourism. Had the opportunity to speak at a global tourism event earlier this year. And when you look at tourism and we look at the things that attract people to come back to our nation over and over again, and yes, I wear my Jamaica hat proudly, and I'm Jamaican, and I'm speaking of the Jamaican experience here today. We always hear over and over again the people, right? The people, and the service, right? So one of the things that there are some friends of mine, we bring these various IT folks. I'm in the industry for almost 40 years now, and we've brought folks from all of the greatest IT companies all over the world to come and visit us. And when we take them on the road, we're not taking them to the fancy restaurants. We're taking them to the little soup shops, the little pan chicken man, and of course in Trinidad we have a different set of experiences out there with the doubles and the shop on the road. And that's what they get fascinated about, not the fancy shops. So at that tourism conference, we said, well, let's use AI to help those guys get more visibility globally. Because people don't know that they're there until they get on the ground, and then we take them there. So how do we use the technology and tools to amplify this person? And so that was one of the discussions that we had. So it is looking in industry, so telecoms and tech, you guys have that locked already. We don't need to talk about that. It is the other areas in each of our countries now that we can now use the tech that we have learned from one another, install in hospitality, install in agriculture, install in all of these small areas. And then, of course, we can learn from each other. How do we sensitize? So, for example, in my role as Deputy Chair of NIRA, National Identification and Registration, we have our National Identification Card. And for those of us on the ground in Jamaica, I've heard about NIDS and national identification for years. What's happening? There is fear, uncertainty, and doubt around something like that. What can be learned from other nations who have done this already in terms of sensitizing our populace around the use of some sort of national identification? I see announcements in Trinidad, whereas certain tools and technologies around payments are becoming more, and you can tell us more about that, something more acceptable. How can we learn from that experience and then bring that here? And I think just regionally, we have to whether it's through the CTU, whether it's through other CARICOM or Caribbean type organizations, share these things quicker, because sometimes it takes too long for us to get the learning. And guess what? We also need to learn from the mistakes. And that's one of our challenges, that sadly, in our culture, mistakes are not good. But us in the software development culture know that mistakes are good, because that's how we learn one more thing that doesn't work. So we have to translate that agile, our benefits from being agile and our benefits from those mistakes, how to now benefit another country's experience in trying to build something. So that's a quick high level as to what I would suggest around learning from each other, and then more importantly, sharing with each other what we do.
Thanks for that. I think that is very true, especially in the research sense, because you actually fail and you are happy when you fail because you learn from your failure to build something better. And I think as a region, we often expect that once we do it once, it works immediately. And that's not true anywhere in the world. So thank you for that. Mr. Wattal, I'm coming to you. So you've given a very good keynote address. Thank you for launching the WDG, especially in the Caribbean. Thank you for being here. I think one of the questions that we have, seeing that this is a CTU event and we have multiple ministers from different countries, we want to understand, why should we look at the WDG model? What are the principles behind the WDG model? How does this help benefit the region itself? So please.
Thank you. Thank you for that question, and I'm glad that we have all different representations here. Of course, ICT is the biggest group of people in the room. I'd like to start with one of the things that Mr. Smith said earlier, that it is about our youth. It is about the future. So yes, of course, we want to retrain our existing workforce. Mr. Eckert talked about the augmented intelligence, which is augmenting existing people. But I gave an example of a 12-year-old Aiden and a nurse. And it is about bringing the future together. Now, there's a little-known statistic some of us may already know. World Bank, Ajay Banga, the president, he actually mentioned this publicly in April. And this is based on ILO and various other studies. In the next decade, let's say 10 to 12 years maybe, 1.2 billion youth, and I believe that's what you're talking about, Mr. Smith, 1.2 billion youth will be becoming available for jobs, as in, they would graduate, they would be out of college, or at least of a working age. Guess in that period how many jobs we are creating globally, within the global economy. 1.2 billion people will be eligible for jobs. Only 420 million jobs are getting created in that period. This is what the research says. Now again, take all research with a pinch of salt, but the delta is huge. 420 million jobs being created. That means 780 million youth will have no jobs. What happens when youth have no jobs? Any economy we've seen where people, they say empty mind is the... Okay, I'm not going to complete that. We all know what happens, right? So we can imagine that the crime can go up, all kinds of problems can happen. So this is a serious problem, and the president of the World Bank doesn't say these things lightly. He is asked for a global program around job creation. For some of you who have an opportunity, feel free to look at a website called jobcreation.ai. It's a collaborative effort working with development banks. That's one of the WDG initiatives to think about how to solve that larger problem. Here we are talking 1,000 jobs, 50,000 jobs, building some resilience for the Caribbean, but the world is sitting on a much bigger problem. And I like Minister Smith's point of view that we need to think at that scale. So the question is, we need a framework. How are we going to solve it? Because without a framework and some principles. So we all talked about digital sovereignty, and really one of the key principles of sovereignty is dignity. We all understand, humans were freed from physical slavery a long time ago. And if you don't have digital sovereignty, you kind of have digital slavery in some sense, right? You're going to be beholden to somebody else. So it's really about dignity. And what I like about the Caribbean especially, there's a lot of dignity of labor. I can't tell you how many people who I've met driving an Uber who are like otherwise software engineers or some finance experts or whatever. So there's a lot of dignity of labor, and it's really about dignity. So how do you bring dignity in society at scale and give that dignity to people that no job is menial, no job is small? So today, we don't live in that world. How many of us have heard the term universal basic income? UBI. We all heard that term, yeah? And everybody has a slightly different definition of it. But in short, especially if it's coming from someone who's a hardcore capitalist, it's like saying, oh, I got all the money, I'll give you a little bit of play money so you can give me that money back. Yeah? And that's socialism. So if a capitalist tells you that there's going to be universal basic income, they're saying capitalism is for me, all of you guys get socialism. So be very careful when someone tells you that next time. And in working with development banks, we're shifting that narrative. What is the new narrative? We're saying we're going to take this narrative away from universal basic income. There is going to be no such thing as universal basic income. Next time somebody tells you, say it's not happening. What the world is going to move towards is dignity of the human and dignity of labor. And what is that? That is USBI, and it has nothing to do with the United States, yeah? USBI is universal skill-based income, meaning if you have the right skills, you get paid. It doesn't matter if you're a cybersecurity expert and you got a certificate on paper or you're a nurse. As far as we are concerned, if the nurse can perform better and do that cybersecurity job, she is hired and she gets that pay. And that's the opportunity. And so that is the up-leveler. So that foundation, that principle of dignity, that's one piece. Sorry, I'm going to continue to talk, like you said, not just politicians, even I like it. Maybe I have a career in politics. So think of what are some of the other principles. The foundational principles of WDG, one of the principles is who gets to make the decisions for you? Today we live in a world where other people make decisions. When you're a child, the parents make decisions for you. You grow up, then the government makes decisions for you or your bosses make decisions for you. So you don't really get a lot of opportunity to make a lot of decisions. And now what's going to happen? We're going to build AI. AI is going to be very smart. It's going to do all that. Of course, AI has more information, more data. It can make a better decision than us. So then we're going to listen to AI's decisions. And then AI is going to control us. So now, as a human, you may say, oh, it's probably a good idea because I don't know about all this finance stuff. File my tax properly, and that's okay because I don't want a problem later. But what if that decision was, hey, this person should be given capital punishment? Should we give that decision to an AI and let AI judge make that decision for us? Maybe not. Should that decision be who should have the custody of a child in a divorce? Like, should we let AI make that decision for us? I don't know. But again, I'm not saying this is what we should do or shouldn't do, but these are the hard existential questions. And these questions need a set of principles. And that's what WDG is based on. What is the principle? Principle is, what data can I give to AI or not? What decision can I allow AI to take or not? They are very simple principles. But this is what the digital governance of the future is foundationally based on. So now we have the principles, but then we need a framework. Okay, we got the principles, but how is this all going to happen? Like Minister Smith was saying, okay, there are all these departments, all these people. How are we going to bring all this together? Chris Reckford was saying, how do we bring them all together? How's that going to be? So, I like to write poetry, so I came up with an acronym. It's easy for people to remember. So the acronym I say is, first is remember the word prose as opposed to poetry. And prose stands for policy, regulation, R for regulation. I'll skip the O, I'll come back to it. S for standards and E for ethics. And we talked about all of them. And O, and I think Mr. Smith was talking about this, like how do you connect all this together? O is the ontology. It is just data. And so that framework, policy, regulation, ontology, standards, and ethics, brings it all together. And then if you want to geek out on ontology, for the geeks in the room, I'll give you another acronym to remember. It's called EAT. It's what's the data AI is going to eat. And EAT is also an acronym. EAT stands for entity, activity, and transaction. Those are the really three types of data in the world. There's no other type of data. You can bucket all data in the world into these three buckets. Entity data, meaning data about things, people, cars, phones, books, whatever it is. And then people about activity, what do all these people do together? Right? They click this button, they move around, they go from here to there. And then transaction, in the end, it's all about business. Whether it's the government trying to make something happen, whether it's for-profit, non-profit is a different issue. But in the end, the whole point of all this activity is to, okay, so what is it for? Transaction. So what is the data AI is going to eat? Entity, activity, transaction. Simple way to remember. And that's ontology, that O in the prose. Policy, regulation, ontology, standards, and ethics. And I think that's the framework. So if you can simply remember this, teach it to every 9-year-old, then I think the sensitization will happen and people say, yeah, okay, I want to do this.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. My timekeeper has told me we are severely over time. I think we can do one more question. Yes? Can we do one more question? Okay, we'll do one more question. Right? So I remember a couple weeks ago, and this is for the entire panel, right? We have been talking about interoperability. We have been talking about scarcity of resources. We have been talking about collaboration, not only doing this within your own nation, but doing this as a region. And so this is what I want to get at. I want to understand what is it that we need to come together and attack first. And I want to start with a story. So a couple weeks ago, I was at the World Bank, and there were major issues of where countries' data was located. And so what is happening now, if everyone doesn't know, is that let's say a country A hosts data with a private organization, and the data center is in the country B, right? Then what is happening is that country B is subpoenaing, or could subpoena the organization to get country's A data. And this is happening all of the time. So we asked the hyperscalers, well, what are you doing about this? They said, well, unfortunately, all we can do is encrypt the data locally and then store it on the cloud. But they also said that post-quantum hacking and post-quantum decryption, the data would be available. So that's citizens' data, that's very private data that is going to be available. So some regions are standing up data centers, regional data centers. So my question to you guys is, and whoever wants to take this question first, please do. Do you think, noting the amount of energy that is going to be, the cost that is, we would have to have interoperability, we'd have to have agreements from the countries. Do you all think that this is an idea that we should pursue? Do you think that this is something we should have? And then layering it on top with AI, looking at what pilot projects we can get out of that, if that were the case, do you think that this is something that the region, in the near future, or as an immediate step, should look forward to? So please, whoever wants to go first.
All right, I will go first, and I'll try to be as short as possible. Referencing the UNGA simply because the Global North, as Mr. Wattal would have mentioned, they are already progressing this. I had 3 high-level meetings in New York as sort of side meetings, and the companies that he would have mentioned earlier, we're speaking about XAI, which is Elon Musk, Grok. We're speaking about OpenAI, which is Sam Altman. These companies are already aggressively pursuing LATAM and the Caribbean as spaces for exploration, if I were to use that word. And so the question of how do we quickly, strategically create frameworks, create policies, create a team effort in terms of analyzing what are our priorities and then quickly getting that into actionable next steps, I think that's super important, and that should happen now. There's no time in terms of wastage on how important and critical that is, because as they begin to move into territory, you mentioned capitalism, that is a natural part of our international ecosystem, and that will become part of the conversation. How do we look at who is doing what? That's where these sort of conferences take precedence, because I can't understand what Jamaica is doing until we've had a conversation similar to Barbados. And so I know each minister represented here, they have already begun to take on the mantle of how do I create a digital society as part of my ministerial output. So it's important for us to have those conversations in a smaller panel, discuss where everyone is at, and then determine what are the strategic values that can be aligned based on these initiatives. Now, it's no escaping. There can be a division of work, but the work must be centralized at some point. So the where, I think, should be based on the acquired advantages, because you don't want to work where it's difficult just based on the natural advantage of the position of the country, the infrastructure of the country, maybe the human capacity, etc. There's no stopping that the geography of the Caribbean is very unique, and there are countries that are in the hurricane belt. We are vulnerable societies, so we can't escape location as a big point. But irrespective of location, there is the thinking, right? There is the conceptualization. There is the when, the where, and the how. And I think that is where the collaboration can happen. Right here this week, on CTU, ICT Week can be the place where that sort of collaboration happens. Now, my good friend here, he has a good framework. And we will look at his framework and we'll analyze as ministers, is it a framework that we can adopt? Because the third thing you need to really consider is, different from the global south and the global north, the Caribbean has a very unique case study. We are very nuanced, and we have a cultural component that we must consider when we adopt policy and when we adopt technology. So, in short, strategic thinking, a planned execution, what are the acquired advantages that we have in the Caribbean space, and then how do we unify and collaborate on essentially what is happening in these bigger spaces like the global north and the global south, and create our own cohort, so to speak. So I think that will happen here. Thank you.
Very good.
I'll just jump in. I'll just add one comment. Had some discussion just this weekend around this whole idea and concept about, do we build data centers here locally in the region around our own storage and things like that. A friend from the JPS sent some data to us. I was sitting with some colleagues from UA on the beach, right? And we're having a discussion about this. One household, the amount of power that a household uses for an entire month is the exact same amount of power that a data center uses for 30 minutes. We do not have the power yet. We do not have the capacity to be able to do that. So as I glance through my AI task force report, we do have sections in the report that speak to the data protection and privacy, but then you throw in the whole advanced technologies that may come in the future. Yes, we have to build and protect for the future, but the fact of the matter right now, I think we have to work on regional partnerships to ensure that data is covered by our data laws. So we have our own Data Protection Act here in Jamaica, which speaks to, in Section 8, which speaks to that very specific, where is your data stored? Is the partnership, is the legal coverage in alignment with our laws that protects us from a request like that? Guess what? It's going to be in the hands of the lawyers when we're done, but I think the partnerships and the data coverage that we have around our ethics, I think is a good start. I don't think it's a full solution, but it's a start. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'll give one more acronym for us to remember, as you know by now, because it's easier for us to remember. So everybody has a LIP, so I'll give you another acronym, LIP, so you can remember that. LIP is locality. Locality, where should the data stay? I is inferencing. We all know about data training, right? But inferencing is a bigger aspect, and then power. And that needs to come together. And so what is this LIP framework? It's pretty simple. Locality. Who should own the data? We just said we are not slaves anymore, right? So if we want to abolish digital slavery, the only person who should own the data is you, the citizen. So we have to first, and the minister was saying it's so hard to get somebody to give up. First, the government has to decide to give up the data to the citizen. That's the step one. And before you're a government member, you're a citizen, right? So giving back to yourself only. You're not making any big change here, yeah? Just giving it back to yourself. And guess what? Our friend here will tell you, Jamaica's already done that. In Jamaica, the citizens own the data by law. Other countries, no. So the first shift, which is what the whole policy conversation is, but policy regulation will take a while, but that's the foundation. So L in the LIP, location. The first is the citizen owns the data. If citizen owns the data, all those subpoena questions, all those become pretty simple. This person owns the data. Then where the national mirror is, or the local regional mirror is, or the global mirror is, or who owns it will become less of a concern. And as yesterday Minister Reid and I were talking about the idea of zero knowledge proofs, and again, not to geek out, but the technology is not the problem. The tech is there. We can find it, right? And friends from Huawei are here to help us, and several others, right? All not to call them out. But there's enough tech out there. The tech is not a problem, but it's really the framework. So locality, give the ownership of the data to the citizen. Then the I in the LIP, inferencing. There is this obsession with GPUs. And if anyone's selling GPUs, no offense, please sell your GPUs, right? But the GPU was meant for training, not for inferencing. There are specific companies that have been designed for inferencing. Setting up inferencing centers will drastically first reduce the need for power. So the delta itself will first go down, and the infrastructure cost. The $500 billion Stargate project, if done with insourcing chips, is only $5 billion project. So 1/100 the cost, you could have that thing, right? But then you won't be able to train your model. But do we need to train a model? No. There's plenty of people training the model, and they're making it open source. Thanks to Mark Zuckerberg, and now GPT is also open source by Sam. So we don't need to do that. So at 1/100 the infrastructure cost, we can have it. And then Minister Smith said about pooling the money. Let's pool it. Let's make one DPI. Right? Let all the ministries say, hey, this is the center, one ontology, one place to put the data. Now, it's going to take a lot of muscle to get everybody convinced. Now comes, there still be the question of power. Because, we are all power hungry. I mean, I'm talking about people, but we all need power, right? We need to charge our phone. My phone is dying now. So what are we going to do about that problem? And if you look at it, like Jamaica totally consumes about 5,000 gigawatt hours. And, that's about 700 megawatts. Now, creating something like that, and JPS, again, they have a probably high cost structure. The cost per unit residential for Jamaica is 30 cents. All of the Caribbean is 10 cents. So Jamaica has a bigger problem to deal with. There's 3 times the residential cost than the rest of the region. Now, if we went to nuclear power, now again, I know nuclear power scares everybody because anything that something's going to blow up, but we'll have that conversation another day. But if we went to nuclear power, and something called SMR, small modular reactors, you can bring that cost down to 5 cents. So now, okay, it'll be, instead of 30 minutes, it'll be like 3 hours or something like that. We'll still not solve the whole problem, but at least gets us further. So yeah, I'm echoing all the sentiments here in the room, really.
Fantastic. I think I want to thank my panel. I think I want to end on some of the key points that were said. One of the best ones was technology for humanity. I think that this is often lost, that we don't actually control the technology. We can. We do build the technology. We can control the technology. I think technology for humanity is one. I think talk the talk, but also walk the walk is another one. I think we are in 2025. We're going to get in 2026 soon, and we need to have a regional stance. Collaboration is a major point, and guided by principles is also another major point. So thank you so much to my esteemed panel. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much to our panelists. We have some tokens that we would like to get to our panelists, and we'd just like to get a lovely group shot of our panelists. Thank you so very much. To our moderator, Dr. Craig Ramlal, Senator the Honorable Dominic Smith, Mr. Ed Wattal, Mr. Christopher Record. For me, my highlights were what data and decision can I give to AI or not? That is the principle. And then what are the frameworks that come with it? Christopher Record said something interesting. He said A for him in AI isn't artificial, but it is augmented intelligence. We also looked at collaboration, sharing information, experimenting in a very quick manner. Who here watches or listens to the podcast Diary of a CEO, hosted by Stephen Bartlett? Grace Miller, her role is actually manager of failure and experimentation. The reason why he is the most listened to podcast in the world, where he engages some of the smartest people in the world, is because he has someone who is literally paid to go out, to experiment, to fail, and to come back with the lessons that she's learned. And lastly, good to see you. Thank you so much. The last question that Craig had asked about, the threats that are happening. Jamaica alone received 34 million attempted cyber attacks in the first half of the year. And the reason why we were able to detect them is because we were threat hunting. So as we're collaborating and exchanging with everyone in the region, we need to also make sure that we're proactively hunting the threats. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our coffee break. Your coffee break is 10 minutes, which means you are in the room in the next 9. See you then.
From Kingston to the world we sing, stronger together, see the future we bring. Different cultures, voices combine. Innovation rising, Caribbean shine. Driving change, connecting future, CTU leading the region's call. Digital bridges, stronger connections, ICT can uplift us all. Driving change, connecting future, CTU leading the region's call. Digital bridges, stronger connections, ICT can uplift us all. CTU's mandate clear and strong, transforming lives as we move along, closing divides, bringing people near. A brighter tomorrow is already here. One people, one vision, one stand. Technology shaping our Caribbean land. Together advancing new paths we create. Innovation builds our shared future state. Driving change, connecting future, CTU leading the region's call. Digital bridges, stronger connections, ICT can uplift us all. Driving change, connecting future, CTU leading the region's call. Digital bridges, stronger connections, ICT can uplift us all. CTU, ICT. Driving change, connecting futures. Jamaica, from Kingston to the world. Driving change, connecting futures. CTU leading the
Ladies and gentlemen, we would just like to advise you, ladies and gentlemen, that we do have coffee stations on the outside as well. So you can go outside to get your coffee break as well as inside the room. Thank you.
Oh. 24 years, they need to be looking back. Where we came from, where we want to go. As Stalin said, we came from the same place, but where are we going? There's one destiny for us. Either we agree on it or we don't agree. And if we do, we can go somewhere.
I was in Grenada with the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago in 1989 when he tabled proposals for the CARICOM single market and the CARICOM Telecommunications Union to his colleagues. So that started way back in 1989 at a meeting in Grenada under A&R Robinson's initiative to establish it. And then finally it was agreed in the Bahamas in April 1989 that the CTU will establish an agreement to move it forward.
So I stand as Secretary General now on the shoulders of giants who've gone before me. And so when I go back even to the first Secretary General with whom I've had the privilege of speaking, Mr. Ramnarine, again, I'm amazed at the environment back then, at the ambitions back then as well that these people held, and the fact that they were able to advance the work of the Secretariat and the work of CARICOM in general through information and communication technology. And I wish I could travel back through time, I'd be there, but I'm here now and I'm happy to build on their work and to take the organization forward. Former Secretary General Bernadette Lewis, under whom I worked for some time, for 4 years, prior to taking up this role, I learned quite a bit from her. And I would say I would credit her with maintaining a relevance of the organization. There was a time when it struggled financially, reputationally as well, for various reasons. But I think Bernadette was able to raise the profile of the organization through her hard work
One of the things that we recognized, the reputation of the organization was tarnished. So everything we did, we had to be, do the right thing. We had to deal with members with integrity. We had to demonstrate that we are not playing favorites. We had to be neutral. So a lot of our conduct and the protocols we observed were those of excellence. Yes, and everything we did, it had to be great stuff. It was really about raising awareness of the transformative power of information and communication technologies.
The main task really was revitalizing the CTU as an organization. And there were great developments taking place around the Caribbean in terms of telecommunications, certainly. We've been able, through the efforts over several years of the small staff here at the Secretariat, to restore, and I would say even grow, the reputation of the CTU in terms of the work that it does. We've been able to convene multiple fora within the Caribbean to deal with specific matters related to telecommunications policy.
My vision for the CTU for the next 5 to 10 years is to continue to build on our successes to ensure that the organization enjoys greater support from our member states and that we continue to be in tune with their needs. That we continue to, and we build on the success in terms of our representation at the international level, that when people hear about the Caribbean, they understand that we are very strong, that we represent a very diverse community, and that we're able to not just consume technology, but we're able to contribute globally to development of new technology. And we build a next generation of young people who are able to take over from me and from all of the other policymakers, our next generation of ministers, our next generation of global leaders in this ICT space.
Parcels are moving, data's in flight across the whole globe, day and through the night. But digital shadows can cause a delay when cyber threats try to get in the way. Stand strong with posters, ESAC lighting the way. A secure space to protect the day. Sharing the knowledge, blocking the threat. For the postal and logistics sector, the safest bet. Get timely intelligence, clear and so fast, on incidents happening, future and past. With best practices shared, we build a strong wall, a unified response when we answer the call. Stand strong with posters, ESAC lighting the way. A secure space to protect the day. Sharing the knowledge, blocking the threat. For the postal and logistics sector, the safest bet. From risk assessment to managing the floor, we're stronger together, upholding the law. A trusted community, a powerful guide, with nowhere for cyber risks to hide. Posters, ESAC, your shield, your guide. Securing logistics, side by side. Posters, ESAC, delivering with confidence.
navigating certain aspects of Trinidad and Tobago's territorial waters has always presented challenges. In the Chaguaramas Bay area, unreliable marine communication once left many mariners navigating in uncertainty, especially in emergency situations. But that has since changed. As part of the Smart Seas Toolkit Disaster Resilience Project, new VHF radio equipment has been successfully installed at Staubles Bay, Chaguaramas, significantly improving marine communication coverage in the Chaguaramas Bay area. With this technology now in place, previously unreachable zones within the bay are finally connected, ensuring that those at sea can stay in touch when it matters most.
At ITU, we believe that every human being, whether on land, at sea, or in the air, should be connected. And that's why we are committed to providing universal, meaningful connectivity for everyone. No one should be left behind.
As the United Nations Specialized Agency for ICTs, the ITU is committed to connecting the world, especially vulnerable communities such as small-scale fishers.
The Smart Seas initiative aligns with the Caribbean Telecommunications Union's vision for a harmonized regional ICT space, bringing maritime issues into sharper focus. What we've seen so far isn't just regional, it's globally relevant in scope.
The Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago is proud to lead the national effort to modernize maritime communications through regulation, innovation, and partnerships. With Smart Seas, we are ensuring that all communities, including our coastal communities, are connected, secure, and better prepared for the changing maritime conditions brought on by global warming and other environmental challenges.
The radio that was installed provides coverage for the Gulf of Paria and the Chaguaramas Bay area, which is the epicenter of maritime activity in Trinidad and Tobago, and one of the busiest and most diverse maritime hubs in the entire Caribbean. Prior to this radio being installed, the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard was unable to provide VHF coverage for the Chaguaramas Bay, and we were therefore unable to receive distress calls from mariners in need. Now that this radio is installed, we can provide adequate safety coverage for Chaguaramas Bay and the entire Gulf of Paria. And this solution is not only purpose-built, but future-ready, and it's a platform that we plan to build upon in the future as we expand our capabilities for providing safety and security for all of our maritime users.
From distress calls to routine check-ins, with the installation of this equipment, seamless real-time communication is now a reality, bridging the gap between land and sea like never before.
North Post Radio, North Post Radio, North Post Radio. This is Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, a radio check. A radio check channel 16 over.
Coast Guard Control, North Post Radio, your signals loud and clear. Loud and clear, over.
North Post Radio, this is Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. Your signal also loud and clear, strength 5.
Now, fishermen, tour operators, and recreational boaters can connect more reliably with the Coast Guard, port authorities, and each other, enhancing safety, coordination, and peace of mind. It's a critical step forward in building smarter, safer seas, and it's just the beginning. Smart Seas, clearer signals, stronger connections.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I certainly hope you had the opportunity to take advantage of your coffee break, whether you refreshed your palate indoor or outdoor. We now invite you to kindly take your seats. We also hope that as you are mixing and mingling, that you had an opportunity to pass by some of our sponsor booths. A lot of them have insightful information that you might find very useful for yourself based on your role, your responsibility, or perhaps your place of business. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to kindly take your seats. If you haven't already done so, kindly put those devices on silent or vibrate mode. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Good to have you. Thank you for sticking and staying with us. We had our keynote earlier on, we had our panel discussions, and now we resume. We will now continue with a series of presentations, starting with Mr. Daniel Hook, who could not be here in person, but we're so happy that he is able to join us remotely. His topic of conversation, transitioning from a telco to a techno. Let us kindly welcome Mr. Hook.
Hi everyone, hope you're well, hope you can hear me. Apologies for not being able to be there in person, but my schedule is just impossible for me to be able to be there, but I do promise I'll be there at some point on your beautiful island. During this presentation, I really hope that I can share our insights on becoming a technology provider rather than a telecommunications provider. We have been transitioning now for a number of years, looking for new opportunities where we can monetize services in what has become a very, very challenging environment for telecommunications providers over the last couple of decades. So, in a nutshell, why do we need to transform? Telecommunications providers have been very, very lucky, let's say, over many, many years to be able to offer services into a closed market. But those markets have been shrinking for a number of years now as enterprises demand more technology solutions rather than technology products in their own right. We are now faced with the challenges of hyperscale providers actually selling products in our small jurisdictions, and this has given us challenges which we probably never imagined we would have a number of years ago. When I first started in this industry nearly 3 decades ago now, we were basically product resellers. We used to have our own networks, we used to sell broadband lines, we used to sell these circuits, and that was it. But these days our clients are demanding a lot more than that. They demand infrastructure, they demand security, they demand automative processes, solutions rather than just products themselves. So what is the opportunity for small telcos, especially like ourselves? We're not talking here if telcos in your space are small. We are very, very, very small, and I talk with similar telcos of our size here in Europe, and we are all facing similar challenges. But those challenges also have similar opportunities. Okay, B2B is a multi-billion dollar growth sector. if we really put our heads together and start looking at the challenges that our customers are facing, then we can really start to monetize those opportunities. More and more enterprises are investing in cloud, security, AI, IoT, and these are the technologies of the future. Okay, telecoms operators cannot continue to be just telecoms operators. We need to move from one space where we've been very comfortable and very accustomed to, into a global market providing digital solutions into specific industries. Cloud computing, edge computing are a real advantage that we can offer. We can take what our customers want and start looking into what we as telecommunications providers really can offer. We have the foundations to be able to offer those, and we already do that for ourselves in-house. So why not start monetizing those things and those skill sets that we already have in-house to sell to our customers and grow revenues? There's a lot of things that we could be doing in these spaces, okay, and that is where we have really been able to grow our markets over the last number of years. IoT, 5G networks, they pose or they offer a myriad of products that can be sold out into the public space, and take advantage of the client base that you already have to grow those into bigger things. We were talking earlier, or I heard the panels earlier talking about data sovereignty, and that is one of the areas where we have been able to take advantage and really grow our market for regulators to be able to work with companies whilst at the same time having access to the data that these companies are licensed within the jurisdictions. And of course, those bring in a whole scale of other products that can be added onto there. And of course, AI and cybersecurity are already solutions which are out there and can be added to these products and these infrastructure requirements. Customization of products, so moving from a product-based sales point of view into a solutions type sale is extremely important. We can add over-the-top services, like, for example, if we're selling telephony services, if we're selling call center solutions, then we can add AI intelligence into those to monitor calls and give supervisors the ability to look at what the quality of those calls look like. I'll give you an example. What we are doing at the moment, we're using artificial intelligence to monitor calls at call centers, and with a predefined set of parameters, we can have scales, different values being given to different parameters that we set. For example, if the customer service agent has identified himself or herself correctly, if the customer service agent has introduced the company, if the customer service agency has performed KYC checks, all those using AI can be brought and identified to give a value to the performance of that customer service agent, and the supervisor does no longer have to trail through different or a myriad of calls to be able to identify and look at the quality of the service that has been offered. Service bundling is something that telecommunications companies have done for a long time, but this, as a managed solutions provider, telecommunications companies can significantly increase the number of services that can be bundled into the offer. So we know connectivity, that is our bread and butter. Data centers, a lot of us do manage data centers in jurisdiction. And I think a lot of the telecoms companies have now ventured and have quite established public cloud offerings as well. We launched our public cloud offering in 2017, and that has been growing now to replace different revenues. But now with the solutions that we provide, we can add a layer of security to all these as well. For example, if we sell a set of infrastructure services in a jurisdiction, okay, where we actually go purchase the hardware, deliver it to jurisdictions, rack it, stack it, connect it to manage the connectivity provider on site, manage the data center on site, provide them with the private cloud type of service. We also add cybersecurity layer on top of it. And this has been a significant revenue generator for ourselves as a telecommunications company, where we've added this additional layer of adjacent markets into our revenue streams. Moving away, so telecommunications providers have traditionally been very, very in-house. So we've got this culture of trying to do everything ourselves. And this also has its issues with speed to market. We have never been very good as telecommunications providers in getting to market in time. So this is something that needs to be addressed as well. What we've done is we now have a significant number of partners throughout the world, where we collaborate with different entities who have specializations, and we build our solutions using a lot of partners rather than doing all of it in-house, because speed to market, as I said, is very, very key to all of this. Flexible pricing. Pricing is very customer specific. Traditionally, we've been very rigid as telecommunications providers as to how we price our products. A product has a price point, and that is it. Whereas now, as a solutions provider, we are much more flexible in how we sell these products, and we are very accommodating of how the customer would want these products themselves. It all depends very much on where the customer is in their own journey and their own sale of their own application to their own end user, and therefore they might prefer a capital model where they can pay for the usage upfront, or there are others who are not that cash rich in their own journeys and prefer subscription-based models. And there are others which we've used hybrid models where they pay an amount upfront and then a smaller operational fee going forward. What I'm trying to say basically is that each customer, each solution needs to be tailored specifically for the customer that is taking that service, and that in itself is sometimes a challenge for telecommunications providers like ourselves. For us, it took quite some time, and we did play around with the idea of becoming a solutions provider for quite a while. I would say ourselves, we weren't quick enough to market. We could have gone to market a lot sooner. It's taken about 5 years. So when we started this journey in 2020, we could have done it a lot faster if we'd taken the recommendations that I'm now giving to you from the very beginning. And if we were a bit more intelligent in the way that we assessed what our capabilities were. Okay, so we discussed at length things that were really too far ahead for us, whereas what we eventually did was basically assess our current capabilities and do them better. And a lot of what we were doing internally, take outside of the organization and actually sell those solutions to our customers. We wanted to do a lot in-house, as our culture as telecommunications providers pushed us down that road. And again, if we developed the partnerships and we'd developed the supplier relations earlier on, and our network of suppliers, we would have grown earlier on, rather than trying to do everything in-house. We would have been where we are now, probably 2 or 3 years ago. And in that journey, we had to pilot a lot of the B2B solutions to friendly customers, rather than launching out into the general public from day one. Everybody has small, friendlier customers than others. Our advice is pilot those B2B solutions with them before going out into the wider market. Do that for a number of years, like we did. We did it for 2 years. We assessed those capabilities, and in the long term, then you can start transitioning from what you do and doing more of what you do well, into more tech-based and using other people's solutions, and providing the likes of consultancy services into AWS or Azure or these types of hyperscale network environments, which we now are able to do. We have developed a number of API-driven platforms, and the advantages that has given us is that we are now able to interconnect a wider ecosystem of technologies into our products and solutions. For example, one of the very old telecommunications products that we are now monetizing, or has had a resurgence in terms of revenue generation, has been SMS. SMS is now widely used for A2P solutions, and this has provided a significant revenue stream for us going forward. But it was only because we enabled this to be done via integration with a lot of platforms out there, and we were able to widen our ecosystem by doing this. Industry-specific solutions here in Gibraltar, we are on the entrance to the Med, so we are very fortunate to have quite a generous shipping industry going past these waters, and on the back of that, we've developed certain industry-specific solutions to allow, for example, the safe scanning of passports and documents when tourists jump off cruise ships, or when ships change crews here in Gib. Those types of solutions we've been able to grow significantly, and are industry specific. Next gen networks. Again, we are working towards this. We could have got here earlier. We have had a 5G network now for quite a number of years here in Gibraltar, but we could have monetized that a lot better if we had tried to partner rather than do a lot of things in-house. Challenges and risks that we faced as a telecommunications provider. Well, the first one is organizational change, for sure. We were, as telecommunications providers, we had that fear of going into the customer's domain. We were very happy with testing a broadband line at the line jack, and hey, if it's working there, then it's somebody else's problem. That was a challenge. For me, it was an opportunity. Because going beyond that line jack into the customer's own domain opens up a myriad of doors to be able to monetize more and more services as we go along. Desktop services. So we now bring to market endpoint services where we resell others, Microsoft products, we resell endpoint protection products, we resell and look after customer endpoint hardware. And again, that is an adjacent market to ours, where if as a telco you can take that step beyond that demarcation point that was the line jack on the wall, it opens up a whole new world of opportunities for telecommunications providers to increase their revenue streams and collaborate with the customer more, moving from being a supplier to the customer to be a strategic technology partner for the customer. Another one was market competition, and one of the hardest sales that I had to make internally within my organization was to convince people that the likes of Amazon, Google, Microsoft were not our competitors. We cannot ever in our lives, even if we dedicated 24 hours a day, 365 days of a year, compete with these giants. So we need to collaborate with them and make use of their services and help our customers use the services of these hyperscale companies. Third challenge, again, a big one, and I've mentioned this a few times during the presentation already, moving from doing everything in-house, CapEx up front, that is the telco mindset. We need to move to an OpEx mindset, okay, where we collaborate, we give larger margins than what we are traditionally used to, but the sale is directly linked to the cost, okay, and that's a big benefit of the way that we've been doing things going forward. So we've been doing it now for a number of years. It is my recommendation to anybody who wants to transition to do it. Definitely work with suppliers, come up with commercial models that are mutually beneficial, and stick to those going forward. Form partnerships with suppliers, just like you form strategic partnerships with customers. The fourth challenge is, as telecommunications providers, we were used to just transiting data from one area to the other. Whereas as soon as you start delving into customer networks, you start getting into the issues of security and compliance. Okay, you're now managing customer data, you're now backing up customer data. You have the ability to look at customer data, and these standards need to be modernized within the telecommunications companies as well. It was a huge step for us when we started transitioning a number of years back, and it will be a huge thing for anybody who's trying to delve into becoming a solutions provider going forward. So where are we now? This was traditionally where we were when I started. We used to sell telephony products, standard business lines. We used to sell private branch exchanges, and we were seeing those erode as software solutions started providing telephony products into our customer base. So we saw the likes of WhatsApp, we saw the likes of 3CX providing PBXs to our customers, and saw those erode. Similar with broadband, a single broadband line has become more of a commoditized product, certainly here in the European markets over the last decade or so, brought by through regulation within Europe, and pretty much pricing has become very, very, very commoditized at the moment. And mobile phones, as telcos, we all have mobile networks. We've gone through the transitions of 2G to 3G to 4G to 5G. We're now starting to look at 6G technologies, but I would venture to say that a lot of us are still struggling to recover the investments made in 5G. So we need to try and look at those in more detail. So this is where we were a number of years ago, two decades ago. This is where we are now as a telco. Okay, cloud solutions. We offer a full range of public, private, hybrid cloud solutions to tackle significant challenges that customers face in terms of data sovereignty. We've seen a lot of customers who left us or left our data centers, our co-location services many years ago, starting to come back because data sovereignty is becoming more and more a topic of conversations in many boardrooms across the world. I won't go into detail through all of these, but another one which is significantly a big revenue earner for us is managed infrastructure. It's a very simple solution for customers and complements cloud solutions very, very well. And it's bare metal as a service is the way that all the products that we sell in terms of managed infrastructure. And of course, on top of all of these, you would add your layer of managed security as an extra revenue earner. You'd back up the customer data. So we now have a complete Office 365 backup solution, which gets rid of the issues of, again, data sovereignty and where those backups are for customers that have Office 365 products, for example, within Gibraltar or whatever other jurisdiction we're working in at the moment. So managed solutions are the way forward. It's definitely been a significant shift in how we do our own we run our business, especially in my business unit where we focus on B2B products. And if you really put your mind to it, okay, you can really generate a significant amount of revenues which are adjacent markets and are there for tapping in. Okay, as I said, we don't just sell the connectivity solutions like we've always done, but we are now going that extra bit into the customer's environment to be able to service more of their requirements and not just not just their connectivity or even their data center product, which we've been doing co-location now since 2005. These have really developed, and a lot of significant amount of our revenues are now generated from these types of solutions and adjacent markets rather than from our core telecommunications services. One of our biggest customers for which we provide IT infrastructure globally is now running infrastructures from us here in Gibraltar, in Malta, in Dublin, in Curacao, and a small operation in Sao Paulo in Brazil. And it's very, very simple what we do for them. We develop a solution for them, an IT stack. This customer in particular does not want us to go beyond their bare metal. So we develop a solution. We have an environment for them. They come to us whenever they need an environment anywhere in the world. We're just pitching for them in Malaysia now. And we set up a company with it wherever they need it. We deploy the services, we purchase them, we work with providers and logistics people to ship the equipment out there. We put our people in a plane, send them out there, rack stack it, work with the data center within the jurisdiction, work with the connectivity providers within the jurisdiction. We're not competing with them, we're working alongside them. And once everything's ready for the customer, we just call them and they load their applications onto them. It gives them the opportunity to be able to focus on what they do better. What would they do as a provider to their end customer, and we take the burden off them as a technology solutions provider to be able to take that burden off their shoulders. Time to market is again something that we had to get over as a telco. We are very used to our customers not having too many options. This has changed obviously over the last decade. Customers have a whole array of people that can offer them solutions out there. So time to market is key. We can now offer a solution for customers, or we promote our offerings in as little as 6 to 8 weeks. We can go from a commercial proposal to environment delivery in any of the jurisdictions that we are set up, and we work with customers to expand these jurisdictions as we go along. So I hope this has been insightful as an operator. We have been through a journey over the past decade or so, and we have moved beyond the traditional telecom services into integrating technology solutions into our products. It is very, very rare that you see now in the new solutions that we sell a line on the invoice saying bandwidth. Those are integrated within the solutions. It's a single price, a single provision for the customer, and it's taken that burden off them. We did it through developing strategic partnerships. I would definitely, as a way to getting to market quickly, I would definitely recommend that. We spent a lot of time developing things in-house, which by the time they were ready to go to market, we in most occasions missed the boat. So develop strategic partnerships with people who have this as their bread and butter, whatever it may be. For us, one of the key ones is logistics, where we can ship equipment to many parts of the world very, very quickly. We have a strategic partner that helps us do this. They move equipment for a lot of huge companies around the world, such as Amazon, and we've been working with them for a number of years now, and they've helped us tremendously in developing our services and our solutions. Assess your current position. Don't go too far down the road. It was a big mistake that we made. We tried to run before we could really walk in this transition, and it really hurt us because we could have been where we are now quite a number of years ago. See what you can do before actually launching out there, and take baby steps. Do what you do well more, and that will take you a lot easier into the solutions space. And as telcos, we must leverage new business models in order to stay competitive and really be able to monetize and compete in a market where software is driving a lot of the changes that we see in the world today. Thank you for listening. I hope it's been insightful. And I don't know if we've got time for some questions, but very, very happy to stay on and answer any questions you may have.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Daniel Hook, Director of Enterprise representing JIB Telecom, just reinforcing that telecoms, you are no longer to operate as pipes to connection, but rather innovation partners, that you are no longer just seen as network access for voice, data, and SMS, but rather driving ecosystems through cloud and IoT, fintech, AI, and platforms. Thank you so very much, Mr. Hook. We absolutely appreciate your presentation. So we move from Sir Hook, and we now invite Mr. Hansai, Vice President for Central America and the Caribbean at Huawei, to present on resilient infrastructure. Please make him welcome.
Hello, everyone. Excuse me, I need my slides, right? Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hansai from Huawei Central America and Caribbean. So it's really a pleasure to give my presentation and to see you all in beautiful country, Jamaica. And I'm also very happy to have these opportunities to share our understanding and some insight conclusion on the AI and also transformation, right? So the AI and the transformation is really a hot word, and in the previous section, we already talked something about it. But my presentation is mainly from the vendor side to share our idea on the AI accelerate the carrier's business transformation. And for my presentation, mainly have three parts. The first, I will share some insights by Huawei on the AI trend. And the second, we are introducing the transformation opportunities and the challenge taken to the carriers. And in the third part, I'd like to share some of the case sharing and what can Huawei do, right? So let's start from the study of the AI developed trend. We can see that as the study, mainly we have the three stages. The first is the narrow AI, right? So recently the AI technology really developed very fast, but we are still at the first stage. The most important milestone is on 2022, which is launched by the ChatGPT. Based on the big language model, it enabled the natural language processing capabilities. And there's another big improvement is this year. At the beginning of 2025, the OpenAI O3 and also DeepSeek R1, which is from China, launched at the beginning of the year. And the improvement is it's content the inference capabilities, and based on the knowledge it has, the system can get the new knowledges, and that is have the basic logic thinking capabilities and makes the computing results more accurate. Okay, and recently there's another word is called agent. The AI agent is very hot recently. This system can make the decision and give the action by themselves without the control by the human being. That is the important milestone to support the AI technology evolve to the next stage, which is general AI. And in this stage, the AI will have the similar intelligence as human being, And also, in the future, if we achieve for the third stage, which is the super AI, it can surpass the human intelligence. So that's why in this page, my title is, everything we imagine today is too little for tomorrow, right? And we already have a lot of the discussion about the application of the AI technology. So I will not say too much. It takes to our living, the food, the transportation, our daily life, like the cities, the enterprise, entertainment, everywhere, right? But I just give a case sharing what happened in China. So I'd like to share two data. On 2024, 30% of the new cars already installed the level 2 advanced driving system, and this number we can see it will be more than 70% this year. It means most of the cars in the market is already AI based, and this already significantly changed the way of the drivers. And there's a lot of video on the society that shows how the system helps to prevent the potential accident. So this technology makes our journey more easy and safe. Okay, so going back to our ICT industry, the AI technology also makes a lot of the change. And the different attitude for the AI technology, we have three groups on the operator. The first group is the operator mainly in Europe, Latin America, Africa, and some of the Asian. They decide to combine their network capability and use the third-party capabilities together to quick establish their AI capability. And the second group of the operator, mainly in the North America and Europe, they already have the clear strategy on AI domain, and their way is to combine their infrastructure capability and also the AI capability, right? It's like the taker and the shipper, and to modernize their network capabilities. And the third wave of the operator, mainly in China and Korea. And the idea is they are building the AI capability by themselves. One example is China Mobile. In last year, they already published their AI strategy, which is called AI Plus. And they are building their own AI platform by themselves from 0 to 1, and also launched their 2B, 2H, and 2C AI services to the public. So there's no doubt that AI will take a lot of the change in the industry, right? So here is one study that we focused after 5 years on 2030. After 5 years, there will be more AI agent deployment. The number will be more than 6 billion. And with this big amount of the AI deployment, the traffic generated is very huge. Here, take China, for example. Almost 1,000 times of the traffic it will be generated in five years. And also, this required strong computing capabilities. So this takes the great challenge to the operators. One thing is how the network architecture changed to fulfill the requirement of this high-speed development of the traffic and the computing capabilities. And the second is how to modernize the network capabilities, not just a pipeline in the middle, right? So we have, our idea is mainly for the two steps. The first, which is for the short term, and I think Mr. Hook already shared some practice from his position, right? And we think that the quick way is, the first step, the quick way is the operator could, based on the service, what they have right now, and plus the AI, for example, for the customer, to improve the customer services, like the AI-based call center, and also use AI to recognize the end users' behaviors to support the precise marketing, and also with AI capability to reduce the internal operation efficiency. And for the long term, as our understanding that the operator should build their own AI infrastructure and to enable the industry AI capability. And the second job need to do is the operator will not only the network provider, but also the computing capability provider for the public and for the others, right? This change will be happened in the business and the network. So first, for the business, for the 2H and the 2H, this is a to home and a to consumer. This is for the individual persons. The change is currently the operator provides the traditional services mainly based on the connection, like the wireless connection, the fixed connection, the cell phone TVs, storage terminals, right? Mainly based on the connection. But in the future, we think that to enable the AI services, first step, as I already said, that is connect plus AI in a quick way. And the second stage is AI plus connection. This is a kind of interesting. We think that in the future, all the services to the individual is based on the personal assistant. That is in the center, right? All the capability is integrated by the personal assistant. So it's like first the data is collected by the watch, by the TVs, by the laptop, computer, even the cars. So the person's data is collected. And so the personal assistants analyze and learn your own behaviors. So it's like the AI know you are better than you, right? So after that, it can give the multiple scenario applications. For example, the healthcare, the entertainment, the business, right? So that is for the 2C part. And for 2B, the traditional services the operator provide is mainly by the private line or the industry private network. But to develop the AI 2B services, also similar. The first step is to use appliances to quickly develop the AI capabilities in the simple scenario. But for the future, in the next step, with the application of the AI growth in the more complicated scenario or more bigger scale scenario, something like the enterprise brand or the security countries, security cities. So the application is not enough. So that will be based on the cloud or AIDC. So we think that in the future, in the 2B AI services will be integrated by the cloud network and the computing capability together, right? And also the change happened to the network. With the AI technology enabled in the network, it will improve a lot about the network efficiency and also the end user's experience. Here is just what I showed here is already happened in the industry. Here two quick case sharing. One is based on the big data learning, the network already obtained the capability is to recognize the trouble on the network, and it can recovered by the network itself, right? The self troubleshooting and the self recovery. And the second case is based on the AI-enabled the network, it can automatically identify the bad experience in the users. And the network will automatically optimize the configuration of the network to guarantee the indoor Wi-Fi coverage, right? So this is the two examples on the AI approach. And also the network need the transformation, mainly in three parts. First part in the central DC. So in the AI era, in the central DC, the biggest change is it is the center of the computing power. So it must be supported the supercomputing capabilities. This is the first change. And the second change, the DC will be distributed to the edge of the network, more closer to the end users. That will be easier to shorten the latency of the content distribution, right? So most of the traffic will be between each of the DC. So that requires the high reliability and also the throughput. And the third change is for the traffic generated. So in the future, no matter the cell phones, every terminals will be generate more content based on AI capabilities. So different of the network as right now, the uplink. Right now, the traffic, most of the traffic is downlink, right? So, but in the future, in the AI usage, more content generated by the terminals. So the uplink bandwidth should be guaranteed, and also the latency to connect to the DC should be guaranteed. So this is the three change of the network. Okay, then I'd like to share some practice in our region, right? So mainly in our region, we already have more than 10 operators already have their approach to enable the AI functions. So first case is for the Liberty. Cooperate with the AWS, they enabled the AI function to improve the end user's experience and the efficiency. And another case is in Argentina, Telecom. They already launched and published their first AI-based app, which is called Mi Personal Flow. That is a function for the self-care. Okay, and for Brazil, there's an operator called Team, and they are enable the AI function into their network, try to reduce the efficiency cost. Okay, so that is all the approach by the other operators. So in the end, AI technology take both challenge and opportunity to the operators, right? So this here is like a quick summary, right? So the challenge and the transform mainly happened in the service and the network, and also the OEM, right? Operation and the maintenance. So so for sure the transformation will be a long journey. And what could Huawei do during this journey? It is, I think Huawei is really open on this. We are willing to provide our capabilities mainly in two parts. The first part is for Huawei, our company is also under the process of the transformation based on AI. We are trying to build our own developed a big model, which is called Pangu. Right, so we'd like to share our idea, understanding, and the experience together to the industry. And the second is, as a vendor, we are developing the next generation equipment based on AI technology, which is called the intelligent platform and the equipment. And further, we are integrate all the network capabilities with the wireless, the fixed, the cloud core, and transmission network, computing network together as an end-to-end solution to helping the industry to do this kind of transformation based on AI. So I do believe that we can together we can achieve a better connected future. Okay, so that is all my presentation today. So thank you all.
Sheshe, is it? Sheshe, Mr. Hansai. The most I can do for you is Ni Hao, Sao Shang Hao, Huang Ying. That is, listen, that is it. I had the opportunity of visiting Sanya, China in 2005, and it was a beautiful, beautiful experience. My biggest takeaway, and I don't even mean to sound philosophical, but certainly one of the biggest takeaways for me was that telecom carriers are exploring AI applications, or they should be exploring AI applications based on their own strengths, their resources, their unique conditions, whether that is market positioning, your customer, your data assets, your resources, your technological capabilities. You should be trying to see what you already have, what already works, and what already gives you value, and of course, having an AI strategy around that. And I want to thank Mr. Hansai for presenting a while ago and just giving us some insight. We really do appreciate it. Another round of applause, please, for Mr. Hansai. I remember when Huawei came to the shores of Jamaica, what we did was we did a voice pop. It was a part of the sensitization around this entity, and they went around Jamaica asking citizens to pronounce. We got Hawaii, Uwe, possibly the same that we got in different islands, but it didn't take long after seeing the technology and seeing the kinds of phones that they launched. Of course, everyone eventually knew that it was Huawei. We now move to our panel discussion about resilient infrastructure and inclusive connectivity. What are we talking about? Enhancing resilience of submarine cable systems and terrestrial networks. We're looking at infrastructure sharing and regional collaboration for cost-effective deployment. And lastly, integrating ICT infrastructure into national disaster risk management plans. Our trusted moderator for this panel discussion is Mr. Ansard Hewitt, Director General, Office of Utilities Regulation, right here in Jamaica. The esteemed panelists are Ms. Melissa Sutherland, Senior Manager, Regulatory and Government Affairs, Liberty Caribbean Flow, and Mr. Felipe Hernandez, Island Networks, CTO and co-founder, and last but not least, Mr. Jose Otero, Vice President, 5G Americas, representing GSMA. Let's kindly welcome them. Thank you.
I have with me a stellar panel. Ms. Melissa Sutherland Campbell, Senior Manager, Regulatory and Government Affairs, Liberty Caribbean Flow. Mr. Felipe Hernandez, Island Network. He's a founder as well. And Mr. Jose Otero, the GSMA representative. I'm going to ask them to do 3 minutes presentation in which they will also introduce themselves properly. So I am going to begin with the lady on the panel, Ms. Campbell, may I ask you to start debating?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is such a pleasure to address you today. And I want to talk to you this morning, rather afternoon, about Flow's commitment to the region, to the Caribbean. And my moderator ably introduced me, so I will go forward. So decades ago, just want to make sure that we can hear you. Sure, thank you. Decades ago, the Caribbean was seen as a high-cost, high-connectivity region with low revenue for connectivity. Satellite was the dominant international link at the time, but capacity on satellite was limited, expensive, and vulnerable to weather. Against the prevailing thinking, Cable and Wireless was first to lay submarine fiber to connect the Caribbean to the rest of the world. This was an expensive undertaking, including millions of dollars, with no guaranteed return on investment. Okay. It required hundreds of millions of dollars in upfront investment, well before demand was proven. Internet penetration was low, mobile was still emerging, and there was no guarantee of return on investment. And at the same time, long-haul submarine cable was still maturing. The populations in our region, as we know, are small. They remain so, and at the time, the revenue was uncertain and the risk immense. This matters because that bold commitment to the region then, as now, provided the first resilient alternative for international connectivity for a region, the alternative to satellites. It enabled low latency, higher capacity, and eventually cheaper wholesale bandwidth. This created a backbone for everything we now take for granted today. Mobile broadband adoption, regional financial integration, cross-border banking, ATMs, remittances, the outsourcing BPO call center industry, the delivery of digital services on scale by our governments, and digital inclusivity. Cable and Wireless took that first bold step towards transformative digital infrastructure. Today, there are other subsea submarine cable providers in the Caribbean owned by different companies. Subsea fiber is today essential infrastructure. We took the Caribbean there decades ago, and we were not disadvantaged. We were on the cutting edge of technology then. It creates resilience for every sector, across every sector. Local internet service providers, mobile operators, governments, and enterprise service providers depend on subsea cable as their primary gateway to the global internet and to international voice and data services. Without the infrastructure, local networks would be isolated, unable to support cloud access, streaming, or global communications. And to wrap up, early this year, Cable and Wireless rebranded to Liberty Caribbean, of which our well-known consumer brand Flow is a part. Liberty Caribbean captures our identity in the region, the distinctives of our people, and a renewed commitment to digital transformation. Today, our subsea assets, our cables, are managed by an affiliate company called Liberty Networks, which provides services to basically everyone. Small and medium businesses, large corporate and enterprise customers, governments, internet service providers, and regional operators without discrimination. This is resilience. Bold moves, non-discriminatory service provision to affiliated companies and competitors alike. Ring design for our fiber network, ring design, route diversity, mesh networks. It means that you have redundancy on the subsea cables. So if one route fails, you're still up on another link. Our infrastructure is certified, MES, SOC 1, SOC 2, SOC 3, Tier 3, Tier 4. We have skilled leadership experience in subsea engineering and operations. This region, the Caribbean, is prioritized for repairs, for responses to any cable cuts. We have that ship, that cable ship is stationed right here in the region for quick and rapid response. And we continue to invest to build resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Campbell. Thank you for underscoring the range of services that are supported by this kind of infrastructure, the kind of innovations that you've had to embark on, and your continued commitment to the region. I'm going to ask Mr. Felipe Hernandez, Island Network, to make some opening remarks.
Hello. My name is Felipe Hernandez. I've been in Jamaica working with Andrew Messias, our CEO, for the last 20 years, and I wasn't quite ready to give a presentation on the company, but I do wanted to share with you a story. Back in 2004, probably most of the persons here were already active in the telecom industry. Who remembers Ivan? Hurricane Ivan? Yeah? Yeah, it was interesting, right? And that coincided with the time when we started deploying our network in Jamaica. So it was very interesting that we started putting our antennas, and I don't know, 3 weeks from that point, everything got blown up. So as an experienced telecom person and a local Caribbean person, I understood what the hurricanes brought. And I thought, well, that was tough. It destroyed all of our infrastructure, and we had deployed a significant amount of dollars, millions of US dollars, on this infrastructure that got blown away in a few weeks. And, you know, Ivan passed, and we built our network. And, you know, I hope that I would never have the opportunity to live through another hurricane. And I want to pinpoint opportunity. Guess what? After spending a few years building a network here on Island Network, I went back to Puerto Rico to deploy a new network. So everything was fine. Started 2008. Guess what? 9 years into it, 2017, Maria comes. Hurricane Maria, I thought I had seen it all, but I wasn't really ready for 13 hours of over 200 mile per hour wind, non-stop hurricane that destroyed, completely ravaged our infrastructure, telecom infrastructure, electrical infrastructure, our roads. So it's, I think that probably Puerto Rico has, you know, unfortunately, have learned the hard way of what can happen during a major event like that. Perhaps today we can share a little bit on how we can make our infrastructure more resilient. Certainly now with this team that we're going to discuss with you, we can give you a few perspectives on how things can be made better. But certainly, you know, the panels were discussing about AI. Just imagine when our economies depend more on AI than ever, depend more on telecommunications, our data, what a major event like this can do to our local economies. We expect that economies will change. We expect that there's going to be significant job displacement. But we also expect that entrepreneurism, it's going to grow significantly because people will have the chance to start building their own companies at a much faster pace. And then the responsibility comes to us as operators and to the government to make sure that the infrastructure is there even after a major event like that. So I want to thank you for this time, and hopefully you'll join us here in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hernandez. Indeed, I noticed that none of our panelists so far have actually defined what is meant by resilience and inclusiveness, but I think that if there's anything that illustrates what it means is the story that you have told about hurricanes. We're particularly vulnerable to hurricanes in the region. And if anything we have learned is that the public, even if they understand the network going down during the storm, they expect it to be instantly restored after the storm. So, you know, resilience is about the ability to withstand, but also the ability to recover rapidly, and the ability to provide assurance that there will always be service going into the future to meet the growing needs. And that was again underscored in the COVID era, when you had to ramp up very quickly to meet the demand. So I'm going to ask Mr. Jose Otero to give his opening remarks.
Can everybody hear me? Yes? Yes. Okay, perfect. First, I want to say thank you to Rodney and Gary, that are the people that allow me to be here today to represent the GSMA. When we're talking about resilience in the Caribbean, let's remember that almost 25 years ago, there was a hurricane that hit Jamaica, changing the complete landscape of the telecoms for the Caribbean, the non-Spanish speaking Caribbean, and that was liberalization. Since then, everything has changed. What we used to know as the normal in terms of having ARCO, the undersea cable connecting the Caribbean to Europe or the US, had changed. Now we need more intra-Caribbean connectivity, and that's part of the resilience, because before it was from one point to one point, and we were looking in a linear way how to structure the telecom build out in the Caribbean to provide services and have resilience and withstand hurricane, withstand volcanoes, earthquakes, etc. Now we need to take another approach. It has to be holistic. We need intra-Caribbean connectivity with undersea cable system, but we need also redundancy through satellite systems. We need data. Yes, it's technology for humanity for technology as well. Because remember, there's many flavors of AI. Any digital device that you have nowadays or you have had for the last 10, 20 years has some sort of AI on it. But as it was mentioned before, AI platform has been created in that global north. And is that global north the one that is inputting the data into those AI platforms? And in the Caribbean, we need to provide data into those AI platforms so it's more useful to us. Otherwise, you are going to keep getting in generative AI platform mistakes when you ask questions very specific to the Caribbean. And that's something that we need to remember, especially because AI is not going to be another Google search. It's a tool that we're going to use in government, it's going to be used in education. And to do that, we need to start talking about how are we going to combine resilience from the network side and the software side with the regulatory side, because we need to modernize the regulatory frameworks of most Caribbean islands to harmonize it. In that sense, we need to also harmonize a spectrum policy, but we also need to start including academia, all those academic centers that we have throughout the Caribbean to prepare the people to start working in STEM careers and start benefiting from AI as well. We need more PhDs on engineering, more PhDs specializing in AI if we were going to get the benefits of this new technology. However, we also need to be aware of how technology is evolving, because as I mentioned before, we need to have a holistic approach to resilience. That means that telecoms and technology do not work in a silo. They depend on other industries that we have in our countries to work. For example, if we start looking into mobile technology, release 18 of 5G tell us it's going to start having embedded AI. If we're looking to cybersecurity, then we start into encryption, quantum computing, and also blockchain. And then, of course, AI. What does this mean? Exponential use electricity is going to jump in the next few years, not the next few decades, in the next few years. Do we have the capacity to withstand that increase in consumption of electricity? Do we have the places that are going to be hosting all the information that the virtual networks that we are moving towards are going to require? We only have a full Tier 4 data center in the Caribbean, and that's in Curacao. Do we have, in terms of undersea cable, different landing sites in a single market? Puerto Rico, for example, in terms of Maria, most of the submarine cable system landed in the same place in the northern portion of the island. It got damaged. Most of the connectivity failed. So there's different things that we need to start talking about, but we also need to be aware that if we don't prepare the individuals to start working in this arena in terms of resilience, how I can use that technology to be a tool for me, how can I use it to have redundancy, how I can storage that data locally, and if I have some damage in my country, is the data center an embassy data center where I can have my storage replicated? How can I get those IXPs to start connecting with each other in the region? Those are the challenges that we have. And behind those challenges is regulatory reform and harmonization. We cannot start doing business or cooperating with each other if the rules of the games are different in every single market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. You know, among the many things that, many important points that I took from your opening is that perhaps the observation that this matter of resilience is far too important to be just left to the network operators. There has to be inclusiveness, everybody has a role to play, and we have to make sure that there's coordination, there's integration. So I'm going to move quickly to asking some questions. And again, I'm going to ask Ms. Gamble to be first up. What is one key policy or regulatory change that could enable resilient and inclusive connectivity in the Caribbean and Latin America?
Thank you for that, Mr. Moderator. So I had mentioned earlier, colleagues, that with the subsea cable, it allows us to connect from our islands, from our countries, to the rest of the world. And that's a huge element of inclusivity and connectivity. In terms of a key regulatory change that can enable this resilience and inclusiveness, we think about two issues where subsea cables are concerned. So imagine there's a cable that lies on the sea floor and it actually comes up on a beach somewhere in your country where it is landed. And what we have experienced, and this is the first of two quickly, what we've experienced is a lot of beach erosion. So when those cables were first built, they were very, very deep in the sand. Now a couple of them are exposed. It's difficult to get to the cable because it's armored and the way it's built, it's difficult to get to the cable itself. But what we're seeing is that there's exposure now because of erosion. So that's an area where we think governments can actually do some work in terms of what happens with our beaches where those cables land. In one country, in fact, just to give you an example, in one country in the region, we're actually seeing where a hotel has to recreate the beach because of the extent of the erosion. And because of the recreation of that beach, we have to also work with that hotel in order to have our cables secure. That's the extent of erosion in some countries. So that's number one, beach erosion issue and exposure of the cables. Secondly is permits. If there is a cable cut, there are times when we need actual permits to go fix the cable because of the location. Sometimes there are different governments involved because some of these cables are consortiums, meaning that they're owned by different companies in different countries. So a permitting process that allows us to quickly do the repairs is important. Again, I give you another example. In a country where I'll just use as an example, where we had our ship ready to go to fix that portion of the cable, but we didn't have the permits from the government. And that is what took a lot of time because our ship was ready to go. So 2 issues I'd say, Mr. Moderator and panelists and colleagues, the whole matter of beach erosion and the necessary permits so that we can move quickly to fix any faults that there are, particularly if there's a cut. And just to say quickly, typically cuts of submarine cables are caused by anchors. Private boats drop anchor and it damages the cable. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Hernandez, I have a question for you. Do Caribbean economies face special challenges in the feasibility and deployment of resilient and inclusive infrastructure? And to the extent that they do, how are such challenges to be met?
Well, mostly it's private investment. There's many companies that want to deploy more subsea infrastructure, for example. Our economies are small, right? So when you have a small economy, some of these cables will not enter our countries. For example, there's a cable that was just built. It's outside of Jamaica, waiting for it to, find, the business case to come into the island. Resiliency requires multiple cables, but also require multiple operators. For example, there could be cyber attacks, right? We tend to think about fiber cuts or cable cuts, submarine cable cuts. But how about cyber attacks? Typically, a company that handles or manages multiple cables could have a cyber attack, and then suddenly all of the cables go down. So resiliency, it's very important for those purposes. Also, some of these companies that want to invest and to bring more cables are limited because, incumbent operators do not provide easiness to do business. Sometimes they, create barriers to entry. So if you create barriers to entry, then there's less services being adopted. There's, of course, there's going to be a delay of the digital transformation of the country. And perhaps we can fix that by having more, maybe perhaps international loans where you have banks, NGOs, other agencies like the World Bank, IDB, and other banks that can actually come in and provide this infrastructure for resiliency, because it's clear that there's an issue with financing this infrastructure due to the business cases.
Thank you. Mr. Otero, Mr. Hernandez has emphasized or underscored a matter of financing, funding this kind of infrastructure. And I was wondering whether, given that telecom infrastructure, resilience, and deployment in general requires significant investment, is the GSMA looking at innovative financing models to ensure that especially remote and low-income area communities are connected and that they have resilient access?
Yeah, okay, thank you for the question. The GSMA is not an entity that provides finance. We are an entity that helps operators that are the board members of the GSMA, but also provide technical expertise to different governments and acts as collaborators, providing information and data so you can use and look into different multilateral entities that can provide finance. For example, if a government wants to go to the IDB or CAF and they are missing some statistical information that can strengthen their plea before these entities, the GSMA has a huge database. They have benchmarking information, and we cover almost every single aspect of the technology and telecommunications arena. And that way we also talk to the entities in terms of, okay, this project has a high possibility of success because you can look into other regions where it has also worked. Or we can identify, okay, maybe before going into these entities, remember you do have this obstacle in your regulatory framework that it could be a red alert for them. That's some services that we can provide either through our members or directly through to government. But my colleague Ruben is going to be talking more about it next Thursday.
Thank you. All right, and a general question to all of my panelists, really. How critical are issues of coordination, cooperation, and infrastructure sharing to resilience, inclusiveness, and disaster recovery? Anybody want to, start, Melissa? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In terms of infrastructure sharing, moving away from just submarine or subsea cable, which is shared by everyone who wants a service, we do have in our legislation across the region, because CTU is a regional organization. Flow, Liberty Caribbean operates across the region, and in most of the markets, there's a requirement to share infrastructure. One, we share the towers, the different companies share towers. Also, there's a requirement for interconnection, so whichever network you are on, you can communicate with somebody on another network. In some countries as well, when there is a disaster, the operators also get together and they have various arrangements that they make among themselves. One thing I will mention, though, with infrastructure sharing, particularly towers, is that the more operators you have sharing a tower, the more risky the towers become in terms of the wind speed that they can actually tolerate. So the regulatory frameworks, though, do require the sharing. So we do quite a bit of that in the region, but just a recognition that as we share, particularly on towers, you have more weight, and so it means that the wind speed at which a tower could be compromised becomes less and less. So operators shouldn't be faulted for that, because everybody's trying to get to their customers. That's my response, folks. Thank you.
You want to, okay, Mr.
Yeah, when we are talking about infrastructure sharing, we need to be very cautious, because there's passive infrastructure like towers that could be shared. Usually, like 1/3 of the towers are already at the limit in terms of weight, and you cannot use them. So even if you want to share it, you need to build a new location. And there's active infrastructure, that's like core, etc. However, and that we believe from the GSMA that it had to be an agreement between the different operators, not a mandated. However, in special event like a disaster, we have seen there's a track history in the Caribbean where operators start doing national roaming in order to connect people. For example, we mentioned Maria before. During Maria in Puerto Rico, one operator lost 98% of their network. They started doing national roaming to slowly provide services to the population. So that was an agreement. Immediately everybody got together and started doing. But then there's another piece that it might not have to do with resilience per se. It has to do with technology evolution. If we are looking into 5G, release 2021, 6G in the next 15, 20 years, we are also looking into millimeter wave spectrum. That means that you are going to go from 2,000, 3,000 base stations to go over an island like Jamaica to 20, 40, 50,000. At that level, operators are going to be very happy to start doing a lot of infrastructure sharing, as we already see in Europe and South America.
Thanks. Felipe, do you have a word on this?
Yeah, I actually have. There's a few perspectives, and appreciate what both our panelists said. One thing with the infrastructure sharing for the towers, the business model is changing a little bit. Now more of the big owners of towers, the aggregators, are coming over to our markets and buying these towers, right? So perhaps those towers are being built, in a better way with better capacity, so there's no limitations to add more carriers. But our challenge to our friend from GSMA, we the problem with sharing infrastructure on a big hurricane like what happened during Maria or perhaps last year here in Jamaica is that in the case of Puerto Rico, 90% of towers went down, right? So the towers were up, the antennas were there, but infrastructure was not available. There was no fiber. Why fiber becomes important? Once our markets are, have a lot of traffic, you can no longer use fixed wireless to transport those capacities between towers. Guess what? You need fiber. Now, the fibers are not shared, all right? So when you're not sharing fiber, then you have a provider that might be operating here, or maybe might not be operating anywhere. Just, within 48 hours, we lost pretty much 95% of our whole network in Puerto Rico. We were doing sharing, but the towers were not up for a few things. First of all, there was no power. There was no diesel. We couldn't do the logistics to bring them online quick enough. So what has worked and in case of Puerto Rico, which is the only case that I can actually speak about, the government decided to made an investment on infrastructure. So now they approved this project that is using conduits, and those conduits are meant to be shared, right? For this reason, because you cannot blame companies like Liberty, and others to basically share infrastructure, because the infrastructure, when it comes to fiber, has a lot of business secrets, right? They have business secrets, and in my experience, trying to get them to coordinate and share infrastructure other than using the cell sites, it's very, very hard. So the government has decided to build this private, not private, it's going to be managed by private companies, but it's going to be managed for infrastructure sharing, where they can actually have buried fiber that can go into the cell sites, so they can actually share the services.
Thank you very much. So,
I want to clarify. I never said that Puerto Rico, the towers were destroyed. I just said that over 90% of the network completely failed. And it was not only because of the fiber optic, it was because of the electricity. And when they tried to put some generators, they were stolen.
We lost only 2 towers.
It's like I never said anything about the towers. The tower is just passive. I'm talking about cell sites, that were many towers were without any cell sites. I can refer to you privately in terms of the CEOs that I talked to in Puerto Rico at the time, telling me that. And there was even a bill in Puerto Rico in Senate to start charging 45% import tax to generators, because they had to have it, because still today you don't have a very good electric grid in the island. And then you had the Loom, the project, to come and start providing connectivity, and then out of the 3 mobile operators, only 2 decided to participate because it was giving edge speed at the island. And then after a week, 1 balloon was in Bermuda, another one's in Venezuela, and the other one was in Cuba. It didn't work very well. But fortunately, efforts were made to reestablish connectivity. Every cell site in Puerto Rico from all the mobile operators have their own generators. So if power goes out, they still can provide services for several weeks without having to replace the fuel.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. We're obviously on the cusp of lunch, so I'm going to, perhaps there is an opportunity for 1 question from the floor, after which I'm going to try to sum. Is there anybody who has a burning question from the floor? Want to ask that question now? Am I seeing no? All right. I think we're all ready to go for lunch. But the way I was thinking about this, it seems to me that part of what is being suggested is that there need to be sharing and coordination, not just within technology, but across technology, and also across utilities. I think you mentioned, for example, the point of vulnerability that the power sector has, and telecommunications, and information infrastructure. And so there is the matter of making sure that all of this sharing is not just confined to the traditional areas that we normally think about.
MOUs have been very useful.
MOUs, right.
Between, particularly to prioritize sensitive telecom assets and community anchor institutions, right, where basically public can be served quickly. So, yeah.
And if I might cite a local example, one of the things that came out of Beryl is that the major local providers got together earlier this year to talk about their disaster preparedness plan and how they can coordinate and interface across utilities. Ms. Campbell, you wanted a final?
Yes, thank you.
All right. We'll be fine.
Colleagues, just to say that across the region, we sent to our regulators what's called our business continuity plan. So our regulators know the steps that we take, the same steps that, well, similar to how we take steps at our homes. We have a hurricane watch, warning, hurricane. We have steps, that's Liberty Caribbean Flow, that takes us through everything that needs to be done. And you, our customers, I believe, can attest to over the years, just having your service through some of those storms and just having rather quick restoration. So we have this and we go through it and it's very robust because we want to keep you connected at all times. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah. Now that we're asking, right? I think that there's a lot of goodwill between operators to make sure that services can be delivered quickly. But there's some realities on the ground, and those realities on the ground, the first one is power. Telecom companies basically have become their own power providers. We've become our own generators. We basically spend hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars per tower in order to keep them up. Then we have also the issue of spectrum, all right? During a storm, during destruction of infrastructure, the only way to connect into the data is to have higher capacity links. But the cost of this capacity links when it comes to spectrum is very high. So my challenge to the local government and the local governments of the different Caribbean islands and countries is to consider making available that during these periods of emergency, some flexibility can be added so higher capacity can be basically committed for these towers, maybe to be used on demand. So it is a big issue. We could have the towers up. We could have the carriers collaborating. We can have the generators working. But if we don't have access to this high capacity data, we cannot serve the customers as much as we want. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to thank the panel. I think you'll find that the issues are cross-cutting, so they will resurface in other panels. And I see my colleague Maria is nodding her head because some of these spectrum issues will arise in her panel. But I appreciate the panel members for the presentations you've made, the way you've answered the question. And I hope that we have all learned something from this exercise. And I know our minister is here as well, so I think he has been taking note of some of the things that have been said. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you so very much to our panelists. Please do not leave. We have some tokens that we'd like to present to our panelists. And of course, we will take the opportunity to get a group shot. As we'd say in Jamaica, no, you have to put down the couches. You have to put down the things. So we have tokens. If we could empty our hands, put down the laptops. We just want to get everyone in the center. We have some tokens just to thank you so very much for your time and expertise. It absolutely broke my heart when I heard the stories of some of the cables being found simply because our beaches are being eroded. Cables that were once very, very deep but now exposed as a result, as many would say, because of climate change. While I do have telcos in the room, I do also sympathize with you when it comes to matters of theft. So I know that we're speaking about climate, disasters, and different things that can take place, but we also know that the telcos are victims of theft after putting a lot of investment and money in infrastructure, that is something that we definitely have to deal with. Thank you so very much. Another round of applause for our panelists speaking about resilient infrastructure and inclusive connectivity. We now move to a presentation that we think is absolutely necessary. Cybersecurity as national strategy, Ireland's playbook for resilience, growth, and global relevance. Let us welcome Mr. Pat Larkin, President of Echo Security. Please make him welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to the conference organisers for the opportunity to speak. My name is Pat Larkin. I'm President of Echo Security. I'm also a former chairperson of Cyber Ireland, which is an industry cluster for the Irish security industry, and a board member of Cyber Innovate. So two programs that would be relevant to this conversation also in terms of the evolution of cyber from a national security perspective. So what I wanted to talk to you today really is from an industry perspective to just give you some context and some insights, I guess, into how Ireland has moved from having quite an immature cybersecurity strategy to, I suppose, an optimized. We're not there yet, but we're certainly on the way, and we've good evidence of that. And one of the superpowers of cybersecurity is really to kind of share lessons learned and experiences learned. So that's obviously the goal here. In terms of Echo, so we're a security-first cloud provider. We've presence, we're obviously Irish headquarters, presence in Europe, presence in the Caribbean, presence in the US, and in South Africa and Malaysia, and over 300 security employees. So very much a security DNA in terms of our business and our operation, and then our provision of MSP services as well. So I won't labour that point, and we've been in the Caribbean for over 15 years with a good customer base in the Caribbean. No cybersecurity presentation would be complete, I guess, without a fear, uncertainty, doubt slide. But this, I think, is significant, and this is something that was lost on our own Irish national policymakers, is just the degree and scale of the cybercrime economy. And I suppose this is kind of reflective of maybe why, at the early stages, cybersecurity wasn't taken so seriously in Ireland. But cybercrime, the cybercrime economy, is now the third largest economy in the world. It outspends illicit narcotics, it outspends both natural disaster spend. And that shows you the resource and the return that the cyber criminals have versus the defenders, in this case, the cybersecurity providers. And it explains, obviously, why this thing has gotten away from us all globally. And it's very, very significant. And I was at an event recently where somebody, a security expert, described this as probably one of the biggest wealth transfers in history. So it is very, very impactful. And it is going to continue to grow. This problem is not going to go away. It's going to continue to grow. As we increase digital transformation, as we expand the attack surface in terms of the migration to the cloud and in terms of the number of devices that are connected to the internet. So I saw a statistic recently to say that between IoT and OT devices, there will be over 22 billion devices just in that realm alone. So the attack surface is expanding very, very significantly. And you have very well-motivated threat actors. Apart from the cyber criminals in their own right, about 30% of most cyber incidents have some element of nation-state fingerprint associated with them. Whether that is just use of services that the nation-state have involved, up to and including full support of cyber criminals on a non-attributable basis. So it is quite a significant adversary that we're facing. As we know, very significant attacks, and a very well-developed cyber-criminal economy in terms of direct and obvious return to the criminals involved, and in some cases to nation-state. If you think of North Korea in terms of crypto heist, etc. as well. So it's not just going into the pockets of the cyber-criminals, it's going into the pockets in some cases and funding nation-state activity as well. So just some context about Ireland, and this is just important, I guess, because I see similarities between the Irish circumstances and a lot of what I've heard today in terms of the Caribbean. So Ireland has been very, very phenomenally successful in terms of developing a digital economy. So all of the indices around our digital capabilities are fantastic. And that has led to a highly digitized subsector of the economy, which is primarily FDI driven, so foreign direct investment driven. And it's very, 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 very significant to us. So 2023 stats just point to our FDI stock in Ireland was about 255% of our GDP. And that year alone, you had 44 billion of greenfield FDI investment, 248 jobs, 90,000 new jobs associated with that. And it accounts roughly for about 31% of our net national product, 25% of our employment. And that's just I guess the FDI element. And the rest of our economy outside of the digital sector is obviously, like every other economy in the world, going through very significant digital transformation. And something that is significant, and it probably has similarities here as well, is that we've been militarily neutral since 1939. We've confused neutrality with defenselessness, so we've spent very little on national security, defense, including cyber security as well. And I suppose if you look at the kind of evolution of how do you rank our cybersecurity capability, one of the really good indices is the ITU, the International Telecommunications Global Cybersecurity Index. And so you will see that we've been quite low and immature at the early stages up to about 2016, 2017, but that we've made substantial progress at 2018, 20, up to 21, 24. And in terms of the strategy, in terms of focusing on cybersecurity, I think it's important to try and correlate that as well. And so the ITU assess global cybersecurity under 5 headings, and they then assess all the organizations. So we've moved from, I suppose, evolving and establishing to Tier 2, which is obviously advancing, and hopefully the next survey we will move to remodeling. And it is just a demonstration of a capability and a commitment at a national level to taking cybersecurity seriously. It is used by a lot of FDI investments as a kind of a baseline to try and assess if I land foreign direct investment and digital services in a particular economy, will they be able to keep the lights on? Will they be able to keep my services secure, etc. as well? So it is some key criteria that is used by foreign direct investors in an economy. This probably gives you the best story, if you like, and some of it is strategic and planned. A lot of it is actually accidental in how it occurred and evolved, but actually it kind of paints the story of our journey and evolution. So I would say up to about 2017, we were highly immature from a cybersecurity perspective. We were operating on the principle that we're neutral, nobody will attack us. From a geopolitical perspective, there was a level of cybercrime existing and operating that was broadly fixed, tolerated by the victims and then fixed by the cybersecurity industry with little or no intervention from the state, either on the policing side, on the military side, or on the national security side. Ransomware was obviously becoming prevalent. And around this point, there started to be articulated very strong concerns from the foreign direct investors to say that we don't think basically you're taking cybersecurity seriously enough. We see this as an impediment to landing some of that 44 billion investment that was coming in. That didn't really get on the radar of our policymakers, with the exception of the agency responsible for foreign direct investment, and that's the IDA, the Irish Development Authority. So it decided it needed to do something about it. So in fact, the bootstrapping of our cybersecurity actually came from the FDI side rather from the national security side, because again, it's reflective of the kind of mindset that we had around national security. So the IDA actually got industry together, indigenous and foreign direct cybersecurity industry. It got academic institutions, and it got key stakeholders in government, the National Cybersecurity Centre, the Defence Forces, An Garda Síochána, etc., and said, we need to do something. And they funded what's called an industry cluster. It's a well-established methodology to try and build and enhance an industry in a particular area, in a particular nation. And it's no coincidence that all of the areas that Ireland is very successful in, digital, life sciences, medical, pharmaceutical, agri-foods, etc., that there is a very functioning industry cluster associated with each of those groups. So that's not by accident that it happens. So they established an industry cluster around this time frame. It was quite nascent. Usually with customers, we find where a customer is not really listening to your articulation of what they should do from a cybersecurity perspective, usually the best, it's not good for the customer obviously, but the best event to actually release that spend and get the customer to take something seriously is a compelling event. Ireland at a national level had a compelling event in 2021 where our whole entire health system was attacked. It was broadly out for about almost 100 days. It literally convulsed the country at that stage. It was ransomed. Currently the cost of that ransomware and its recovery is running at about 120 million. It had huge patient impact. It literally captivated the nation, from the citizen to the government to healthcare industry to everybody. And The other significant shock around this for us was that the actor who propagated the ransomware was the Conti ransomware group, who has obviously very strong Russian affiliations, extremely strong geopolitical Russian affiliations. At that point, Ireland was still in its, we're neutral, we're both militarily and politically neutral, so this was a shock that actually an attack of this scale would literally paralyze a critical service of the country, and it would have very, very strong geopolitical association with it. So that was literally the wake-up call. So the combination of the FDI agency saying you're stalling on your foreign direct investment pipeline, and this event then demonstrating actually this neutrality, this defenselessness is not going to protect us. And you know, quite a simple event can literally paralyze a whole critical service of the country, literally mobilized our policymakers and our politicians to actually take cybersecurity prioritized. Around the same time, obviously, the European Union was producing a lot of legislation and a focus on, obviously, critical national infrastructure. So suddenly, our National Cybersecurity Centre got a very significant budget. They got, Cyber Ireland got an awful lot of support as an industry cluster, and suddenly the opportunity emerged to actually provide a lot of input into national strategy around national cybersecurity industrial strategy, and to provide input into all of the formulation of policy, regulation at an EU level and a national level, etc. And actually, we articulated also that not only do you have to make the spend in terms of building capacity and capability to secure critical national infrastructure, to secure foreign direct investment, but actually this is a significant economic opportunity in its own right in terms of building and growing a cybersecurity sector as a sub-segment of the economy. So that really landed home. And at 2025 then, we're starting to see very, very significant momentum from the industry itself, both in terms of the development of the cybersecurity industry, but that capability and capacity then, again, freeing and enabling foreign direct investment and making our own indigenous economy perhaps more competitive and being able to compete internationally as well. The strategy ultimately focused very much from building a strategy for national and organizational operational resilience. And that's a big shift in emphasis that you see in terms of just philosophy. So it's about, the ability, as we just talked about, to withstand any event, a cyber event, an environmental event, facilities event, whatever it is. So it's taking all the practice and methodologies that are disparate across the organization or disparate across the national apparatus, and it's trying to hone it into operational resilience and digital operational resilience, which is a significant mindset. And it encompasses all of that in terms of suppliers, etc. And it is triggering things that have been up for discussion a lot today. If you look at suppliers, it's obviously triggering due diligence at an organizational level around due diligence of supply chain resilience and all of effect. But it is also triggering a national conversation about the national risk register and national supply chain. So it's starting to trigger at a European level across Europe. It's starting to trigger conversations about, if you consider, for example, not just data sovereignty and technical sovereignty, but things like cyber sovereignty. If you consider cyber, I suppose the cyber technology and services that exist today that most service providers are using, most countries are using, comes from a very narrow base of a very narrow number of countries who are excellent at this, but have strong military-industrial complexes, who suddenly in the current geopolitical landscape have become quite adversarial and perhaps not the allies that they used to be. And now there are very strong concerns about securing national infrastructure with products and technologies from those environments. So it's starting to spur at a European level a lot of thinking around the opportunity for research, development and innovation and development of cybersec technology, of information technology, as well as the whole data sovereignty conversation. And again, that is a very significant opportunity for the cybersecurity sector in Ireland. So this sovereignty argument is starting to build a lot of momentum and have quite significant impact way beyond its initial scope. So the other thing about this is, I suppose, then you've got to drive commitment. So we've now got, as a result of the events that occurred, we've got political commitment, policymaker commitment. You now need to get organizational commitment because, despite the best will in the world, the argument is cybersecurity doesn't contribute to the bottom line. It's insurance. It's not core business, etc. So how do you get organizations to do the right thing? Well, so we're lucky in that we've contributed at an Irish level, and both industry and policymakers locally, to a whole framework of EU legislation that is now coming into play. And that is coming in, so this is version 2 of most of this legislation that pre-existed, but it's coming in with real teeth. So for example, the NIS directive, which is very much the Network Information Security Directive, which is in the process of being rolled out European-wide, is focused initially at the critical national infrastructure, the critical services, utilities, manufacturing, healthcare, et cetera, and it is providing a framework and a methodology to actually implement on a standardized basis all of the appropriate controls that they should have implemented overall of the time. It is dragging in operational technology. And operational technology, if you think we have challenges on the IT side, operational technology is about 10 years behind in maturity terms where the IT cybersecurity side is. So significant risks exist there, and we're seeing significant focus of OT-specific cyber criminals focusing on the OT environment because they believe actually that they will get pay out of that sector far easier. You also see the Cyber Resilience Act, which is very much focused on making hardware, software developers and vendors make their products secure. And one of the significant vulnerabilities we've had for the last 15, 20 years is insecure products obviously being exploited by cyber criminals for attack. So there is actually legislation coming in to make, if you provide products or services with significant digital elements associated with them, that they must be secure by design, and there will be a standard for that will be enforced. And the enforcement of this will have very significant impact. It has GDPR-like fines up to 10, 20 billion, 2% of global turnover. It has director and executive and management liabilities, and it has the ability in some cases for service providers to lose their license. So it goes on the GDPR-like, so GDPR in the EU for privacy and protection has been shown to have real teeth, obviously, in changing behavior at a privacy level. So the similar methods and if you like, commitments are being enforced now at critical national infrastructure level. And it's envisaged, obviously the NIS directive is focused on critical national infrastructure, which in Irish context is about 6,000 organisations. But they have created sort of tiers within that, and it's envisaged over time that elements of the NIS directive will then deploy down to medium and small to medium-sized organisations with appropriate controls, etc., to be deployed down there, so that you'll have certification all the way down from critical national infrastructure to SMBs to SMEs and the whole way down. And then there's coordination at a EU level to say, well, look, if we've got all national cybersecurity centres in each region and we've got transnational events or threat intelligence sharing or coordinated response, etc., the Cyber Solidarity Act is going to try and activate this at an EU level. And the second thing that, from a card perspective, that we articulated, I guess, to our policymakers is to say that basically every dollar you spend, a well-targeted dollar that you spend at a national level on cybersecurity, as an industry, we'll give you a 3x return on that. So if you spend, so for example, we articulated to try and get momentum for industry, we got some funding via the National Cybersecurity Centre of about €60,000 per organisation to go and do a security assessment and a remediation plan just for our SMB community. And our argument as an industry was, A, that will improve practice in terms of organisations that are digitally dependent and improve their cybersecurity, and B, you're building an indigenous and a foreign direct associated capability in the economy that will subsequently be exported, etc., out to the market. So you're building and funding the cybersecurity sector as you're doing that. And the NIS2 growth, so this is just at a European market level, it's a significant market for cybersecurity services, and the NIS2 growth we estimate is going to add about 10 billion to the size of that market on an annualized basis. And then there's this coordination at a European level, obviously, that's coming from the joint cyber European unit level. It does have impact at policy level. It does have impact at transnational level. On a day-to-day basis, it doesn't really have impact for individual organizations that are suffering attacks, etc. But it is an important enhancement, if you like, and it brings a... So the industry cluster I alluded to, apart from the compelling event and apart from the economic opportunity for the cybersecurity sector, the industry cluster has been absolutely key as a kind of a hub to bring all of this together. And when we went out and asked the industry what your particular problems and your challenges were, it was A, build a community, which we've been very successful at doing. We've identified initially 500 cybersecurity organizations in the Irish economy. Since we did that initial survey, it has now grown to 630. Which shows obviously the development. The global problem is the workforce. The global problem is there's about 4.2 million cybersecurity roles unfilled worldwide. And just trying to get the appropriate talent to provide all of the services that are required in this space has been very difficult and very problematic. So we've focused on the cyber, and you'll see in a second in terms of the membership of our cluster, we've had both commercial and academic training providers, and we've been quite innovative in what we're trying to do in terms of building and generating the workforce that is needed. And that workforce need still exists despite the advent of AI. So AI obviously enhances productivity, but AI isn't going to replace those 4.2 million roles that are in demand. And then it's obviously to drive business growth and to facilitate the research, development, and innovation that's happening, and to export the services for our global, our indigenous companies, and to advocate and promote, to provide policy to the policymakers, because I guess they were having real difficulty articulating what should we do about cyber. So Cyber Ireland then can channel policy that with real meaningful impact, e.g. the grant scheme, into our policymakers, and then they take that on board and deploy it. Particularly post the HSE event, that critical event, our policymakers were extremely hungry for policy. Because I suppose the know-how and the intellect didn't exist within the policymakers around cybersecurity. So they had access to industry and to European resources as well to kind of develop our national policy. This is our ecosystem of the cluster, so you can see everybody that's involved. You've got all the different providers, whether it's indigenous providers, MSPs, consultancies, product developers, etc. You've got the multinationals, and we have a significant multinational cyber industry presence in Ireland on top of everything else. You've got the education and training providers. You've got all the government stakeholders in terms of the National Cybersecurity Centre, police, military, etc. You've got then startup, you've got some representation of end users, etc., and there's various work streams and plans and activities associated with all of those channels. And again, that's all feeding policy, it's feeding collaboration, it's feeding development, and it's feeding growth of the sector, phenomenal growth of the sector as we go. So funding this sector is profitable. It's delivering at least, by our estimation, a 3x return on a well-spent euro or dollar by the government. So this is the size and scope of the industry that we had identified in our survey back in 2022. It blew, in terms of the number of firms operating in Ireland, just the size and scale of that blew everybody away, the industry and our policymakers as well. And so we had about nearly 8,000 full-time people working in the workforce at that stage, and we estimated that we needed about 10 to 11,000. The industry on its own right was generating about 2.7 billion revenue and about 1.2 billion gross value add around that time of the survey. And then we set a plan which we're on track for, which is to basically double that by 2030. So we will be producing, and we're on track to produce about 2.5 billion gross value add by 2030 as a sector, and we will be providing about 17,000 jobs at that point. And more importantly, that capability and capacity will be funding and securing the foreign direct inward investment pipeline and securing all of our indigenous digital economy. That's just a very quick tour of, I guess, how Ireland has moved from that immature to improving and ultimately to leading in the cybersecurity industry. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Larkin. I absolutely enjoy case studies. I enjoy seeing examples of going from zero to hero. Certainly one of the biggest reinforcements for me is cybersecurity can't be a conversation that we have as an aside, like, yeah, we'll talk about that. I think it has to be the core as we speak about creativity and innovation. Cybersecurity has to be there, and it must be front, center, strategic, and proactive. We're going to continue the conversation around trust, safety, and cyber resilience, So I'm going to invite and hand over this panel discussion to our moderator, Mr. Shernon Osepo, CTU consultant. He will be joined by esteemed panelists, Mr. Pat Larkin, who just presented, President Echo Security, Mr. Ryan Meeks, Manager, DevSecOps and Application Security, Simtai Digicel, Mr. Garfield Gordon, Systems Engineer, Fortinet, and Mr. Aaron Boyd, Managing Partner, Welkman Keene. Kindly put your hands together as we welcome this discussion, Trust, Safety, and Cyber Resilience.
Okay, good afternoon to all. We will be focusing a bit on trust, safety, and cyber resilience. And I know it's a challenge, and we don't want to do an attack on your stomach, so I will be a bit more brief with respect to this, this session. So for this session, we have esteemed panelists, each one of them experts in their particular field. One of the things that I would like to focus or start with, to give you a real-world example. We are here in Jamaica, and we are not going to talk about myths, but this is reality. So if you go back to 2021, we have seen a lot of cyber attacks attempts in Jamaica. For example, in 2021, 25 million, and the effect of this was, let's say, data breach affecting government services. And if we look at the financial impact, that has been $7 million US. Same thing in 2022, 2023. I'm not going to mention them, but I'm just going to go to the last one, 2024. So a bit more than 38 million cyber attempts. Not all of them were, of course, successful, but at least we're seeing the attempts taking place. And then in that same year, 2024, $15 million US with respect to the cost. So we see that cybersecurity or cybercrime is a big problem in this part of the world. A lot of cyber criminals, they use this part of the world to get the knowledge that they need, and then from this knowledge they continue in other parts of the world, because they know that our networks most of the times are wide open. So certain very basic things, we still need to focus on those. So let me start with our first panelist, Mr. Aaron Boyd. Is the manager partner at Welchman Keen. So I would like to ask you, what are the most overlooked factors when building trust into the digital product or service?
Thank you so much. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here and to be sitting here with my esteemed colleagues. I want to spend a few minutes to just think about how this system works and what we've built from almost a bit of a philosophical standpoint. When you think about trust, there's a relationship also with choice. And there's an interplay there in our system and on the with connectivity and the internet writ large. If there's a breach of trust in a product or in a company, and you have choice, then that company has to take responsibility, has to make sure that it builds a resilient system so that it can maintain its brand and so that it can keep its customers, or they will go to the competition or stop using the services. There are other layers, though, in the system where you move from a trust and choice-based system to systems of dependency where you have limited options, and therefore trust becomes less of a factor. The companies can use or exploit data in ways that perhaps their customer base wouldn't really like them to do so. There might even be some deception involved, which erodes trust, but it doesn't matter as much to that company because their customer base is very dependent on their systems, in some cases through addictive elements of their technology, or simply because there are no other options available. I mean, there's another layer to this, which is a forced model where you have no choice but to use the technology, or else you face consequences. So we won't get into that more extreme angle. But it's very important to think about the fact that some organizations and institutions benefit from moving a customer base from this choice-based layer to and along that spectrum. In terms of trust itself, I mean, it's reflective of just trust in our daily lives, right? When we have relationships with other people or with organizations, those relationships are based in trust, on promises made and promises delivered. When those promises are broken, or when there's any element of deception involved or exploitation, then those relationships deteriorate. And so it's very important as we move forward within this connectivity system that we have more transparency, that we have more clarity, that we hold organizations and companies whose services we use to accountability when they're hiding information in long legal documents that we know none of us read. And we think that the service is one thing where really the ultimate intent is another.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to proceed with Mr. Ryan Meeks. He is the Manager, Application Security at Simtai Digicel. So one question that I do have for you, Ryan, how do you ensure safety protocols evolve with emerging threats?
Can you repeat? I didn't quite hear.
So how do you ensure safety protocols evolve with emerging threats?
Okay, thank you for that question. So how do we ensure that these protocols evolve, right? Ideally, what we need to be doing as an organization is to be looking at how these threats are evolving, right? So a part of what is important is to be continuously doing threat intelligence, understanding what are some of those evolving threats that are out there. Also possibly monitoring like dark web forums, understanding what is actually happening in the dark web. What are the cyber criminals actually out there doing, right? We have to understand how threats are evolving. If we don't understand how they're evolving, then we won't know how to protect ourselves from them, right? So a part of what we will have to do is to ensure that we are also updating our policies on a regular basis. So organizations may have policies and they don't actually review those policies on a very regular basis. You have to ensure that they are being reviewed, they're also being updated as frameworks are also being updated, right? Especially, of course, if your policies are tied to certain frameworks, right? And we also have to ensure that we are proactively testing our systems. We can't just assume that we are, our security posture is always in a good place. We have to be testing our systems and testing them rigorously to ensure that we know the exact security posture of our organization. So conducting penetration tests, whether from an external network perspective, from an internal network perspective, right? Also, again, scanning the dark web to see what type of information may be out there for this organization. Is there any sensitive data that might be divulged in the dark web space, right? And you know, those are just a few to touch on.
Okay, thank you very much. Nowadays, everybody's talking about AI, artificial intelligence, and we're seeing also that cyber criminals are also using AI to conduct their businesses. So I would like to ask Garfield Gordon, so he's the system engineer at Fortinet. How does AI change the way we think about cyber resiliency?
Thank you for that question. So AI has been around for a while. It started as a fantasy. We watched movies about it, war games back in '83, then Terminator in '84, and that created that challenge for us. Even today in pop culture, people will make reference to Skynet as that, evil side of AI, right? AI serves both for the good and for the bad. When we look at cybersecurity in general, and this is a concept that started in the 70s, right? The first virus was written in 1971. The first antivirus was written for it. They were named Creeper and Reaper, respectively. And it continued down. And from all the sessions that we participated in this morning, you will notice that there is a generational change every 10 years, right? So back in the 90s, we were connecting to the internet. Then we had the dot-com bust. Then it was consolidation and virtualization. Then it went to cloud. Now we're in the era of AI. And so from a cybersecurity perspective, we have a term for people who don't have the technical experience, but they're able to utilize tools to do stuff. We call them script kiddies. And this has now evolved to AI buddies. So they will reach out to the dark web, like what Ryan just mentioned. They will get code. They will then modify it somewhat and activate it. And with the likes of ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and so on, or any generative AI model, it has the ability to write the code specific for a particular outcome. And as such, you can launch an attack, not just against one entity anymore, but globally, right? We have what we call distributed denial of service attacks, and you create botnets all over the world, and then they can attack a facility. So over the last couple of years, you had like Netflix, it was an AWS targeted event that knocked out services like Netflix, Hulu, Disney, and a few other challenges. So there are tools now that we're developing using AI from the defensive posture that can look at behavioral analytics. Is this something normal? Am I expected to get 1 million connections in 1 second? So you start to do you code the system in such a way that it's somewhat self-learning. It knows what a baseline for the environment is, and then it starts to build on that. And as such, we're able now to defend our infrastructure or defend, service provider infrastructures to limit the effects of downtime. Also, there's accuracy. So before, there were a number of false positives, and this is where a system will incorrectly classify something as malicious. So we call that a false positive. In the years gone by, the false positive ratio was very high, over 30%. Today, with the training and utilizing AI, we're now below 1% for false positives. So this is something that is helping us to defend our environments, to defend our platforms, and to provide availability of services.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Pat Larkin, you already did give, let's say, comprehensive presentation, but still we'd like to hear from you, especially based on your experience. So what's one of the lessons you've learned from a breach that has changed your life, let's say, forever? Can you have something that you can share with us?
I think, assuming you survive it, then I think what you see is obviously a changed approach. And I think that the lessons learned from a breach are that it's inevitable, right? You're going to have a security incident or a security event of some sort. It's just simply inevitable. So you put huge resources into obviously prevention and minimization and detection and then containment, etc. But I think what you find is that most of the challenges for the organization are either blind spots, something they didn't anticipate, even if they've done the right things in terms of forming an incident response plans, all of that sort of stuff. It's usually blind spots that they haven't considered. It is incidents that or issues that they considered maybe previously 2 years ago that they just simply haven't updated. And then usually what it is there's a very small cohort within an organization who I guess are aware, typically the CISO, somebody like that, who's aware of the issue, has done all of the plans, etc., but it's not well socialized. and at an organizational level is not well committed to. So that when an incident does occur, and it obviously involves whole of business, and not just business, but partners and maybe supply chain, then the challenge is that in some respects the resources that are trying to manage the incident are doing so where the rest of the organization doesn't have the muscle memory or the know-how to actually help and respond and mobilize to respond to it. And there's a couple of effects of that. One, you burn out the incident response and containment teams very, very quickly. Two, the response is not efficient, so the containment doesn't occur the way that it should, and the contagion spreads. And you know, it's a well-documented fact that obviously if you don't do your containment well, then obviously the costs rise up to and including a survivable issue. And then I suppose the last issue is the collateral damage associated with that then, because the miscommunication that goes to staff, the miscommunication that goes to customers, to the market, to the media, etc., usually substantially aggravates the damage. So for organizations who've been through high trauma with that, the after-action review and the activities that they put in place are usually ideally what it should have been in place before the incident occurred. But that's just human nature, right? So I mean, the thing that resonates with me every time is literally the stress and the wear and tear on the people in the organization that are undergoing the incident. It's a human effect. And I sat on a panel recently with a cyber psychologist, and she described actually cyber criminals and ransomwares as psychopaths because they don't actually understand the emotional or physical impact that they inflict on people and society and citizens. If you take the ransomware attack on the healthcare system, undoubtedly that killed people. And yet it's propagated by a cyber criminal and a nation state just blindly for ransom, etc. So I guess my experience is if you go through the incident, and particularly it's a highly traumatic incident, it's the impact on the people and the organizations. And assuming you get through that and you manage to survive, then you find that there is, again, that compelling event mentality, which is people go back then and put in place the structures that ideally they should have had in the first place.
Yes, thank you very much. As I did mention, we are running quite late, but still I would like to give the audience the opportunity to ask one question. If there is one very specific question that you would like to ask to our panelists, I would like to give you the opportunity to ask that. No? So I see we are quite hungry, I guess. So that's fine. So I would like to give, let's say, the panelists, to give some final comments with respect to the topic that we have been discussing, and especially to give some recommendations to our nations here in the Caribbean, small island development states that have some very specific challenges. So I would like to hear from each one of you what would be your final, let's say, recommendation that we need to take into consideration when we are dealing with cybersecurity and resiliency. So let me start with you first and then go all the way.
Yeah, at the risk of repeating myself, I think you have the opportunity. Everything I've heard this morning, I see very great similarities with Ireland. There's a huge ambition for the region, obviously, to punch way above its weight in terms of skills and investment and growth in the digital space. So I would say to you, you treat cybersecurity as an enabler of that, and that you invest and put in practice really good cybersecurity practice in your public, private and organizational services. And if you do so, you have the opportunity to build a highly profitable, well-paid cybersecurity sector that is to the benefit of the region as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I share the similar sentiments. I believe that cybersecurity needs to be everybody's problem, not just IT problem, right? It is going to be every single employee of an organization. It's going to be every citizen of a country, right? We have to start looking at implementing cybersecurity training into probably even our schools from the primary level. Have our young our children learning more about cybersecurity. They are the ones who are now coming up using these different devices. They have to be aware of what are some of the dangers that exist and some of the threats that are out there that are real. And they have to be aware, they have to know how to defend themselves against it as well. And I think this will basically build a good foundation and ensure that once they now trickle into the corporate environment, right, it will be best practices that are being implemented in those organizations.
Thank you very much. Aaron?
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I think on top of cybersecurity, privacy goes hand in hand with that, is also a very important topic to focus on to ensure data privacy and data sovereignty continues and is not eroded.
Okay. So to add on to what was just said, we spoke a bit about the skills gap and training. I mean, that's something key. We have a population that's aging out. People understand some levels of cybersecurity because it has been around from before the internet. Now that we have the internet, we have other avenues of learning. Governments can utilize this. On top of that, we're building out CERT environments, cybersecurity incident and response teams, and they need to be developed. Right now, when you engage with many of the entities, they have policy documents, but no actual hands-on experience. All right, so we need to develop the hands-on experience for the populace. Here, Jamaica, and the wider Caribbean, and worldwide.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to leave you with a few remarks. In a world increasingly shaped by digital transformation, the pillars of trust, safety, and cyber resilience are no longer optional. They are foundational. Trust is the currency of the digital age. Without it, systems fail, relationships fracture, and progress stalls. Safety is the shield that protects our people, our data, and our institutions from harm, whether physical or digital. And cyber resilience, that's our ability not just to withstand attacks, but to adapt, recover, and emerge stronger. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much to our moderator, our panelists. We're going to invite you to kindly stand. We have some tokens that we would like to give you. Empty your hands if you could, so that we can get your photo ops with your hands clear. Aim for the best, but safeguard against the worst. No one is experimenting and trying and looking at various strategies more than the bad actors. In cybersecurity, complacency is the silent partner of a successful attack. And as was said here, it's everyone's business, not just for techs, but from the boardroom to the break room. Thank you so very much, gentlemen. We absolutely appreciate it. Now, this brings us to what happens now? What happens now? So you guys know that part of the schedule. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 stations. I'm going to allow the head table with our ministers and our dignitaries to kindly make your way over to the buffet station first. I would like to advise you that we have 2 stations. There's a station right outside. As you head outside, you will see your buffet station. We're just going to give the courtesy to our dignitaries, our ministers. And then we get back for 2:30. We will resume at 2:30. For those of you walking around, please don't forget to go and visit our sponsors' booths and find out what kind of activations, activities, as well as information they may have. So with that being said, the 2 stations are now open. Do enjoy.